Chapter 5:14. What a terrifying aura! Why haven't I seen him so ferocious before? The hearts of the spectators trembled. Was this a dream? When did Ma San become so powerful? Zhao Wei and the giant scorpion, who had experienced it personally, were scared out of their wits. They ran away without looking back. Too powerful. Such combat strength was enough to defeat everyone below the War Master level. I didn't want to kill you, but you're too insensible. Qin Feiyang's face was indifferent. An invisible force surged like a giant beast with its mouth wide open and fangs, drowning the two men and the beast. Ah! Roar! Screams suddenly resounded through the sky. Whether it was Zhao Wei or the giant scorpion, they were all covered in blood. Their eyes were full of fear and their hearts were shrouded in deep despair. Zhao Wei shouted pleadingly, I don't want the fruit anymore, please don't kill me! I don't want it either. The man in white, Liang Qing, also hurriedly shouted, Spineless humans, this emperor swears to die unyielding. The giant scorpion looked at the two of them in disdain, and suddenly turned to Qin Feiyang, roaring, Human, even if I die, I will make you pay. Is that so? Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and stepped toward the giant scorpion. The giant scorpion was not afraid at all and faced Qin Feiyang head-on. Zhao Wei and Liang Qing fled without looking back. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The giant scorpion that was charging towards Qin Feiyang suddenly turned around and caught up to Zhao and Wei in the blink of an eye. It opened its bloody mouth, revealing its eerie white fangs that were more than a meter long. It actually bit off their heads in one bite. Before they could figure out the situation, Zhao Wei and Liang Qing died. This change not only caught Zhao Wei and Liang Qing by surprise, but also stunned Qin Feiyang and Fatso. Needless to say, the crowd and the surroundings were all dumbstruck and filled with shock. Wasn't this giant scorpion very unyielding? It even despised Zhao Wei and Liang Qing? Why did it suddenly change sides and kill Zhao Wei and Liang Qing? Human, wash your neck clean for me, I will kill you sooner or later. After the giant scorpion attacked Zhao Wei and Liang Qing, it immediately turned and fled, leaving behind a fierce voice that echoed between heaven and earth for a long time. When Qin Feiyang reacted, he could only see the giant scorpion's shadow in the sky. Fatso was stunned for a long time before he came back to his senses. He cursed. This guy is so cunning. Qin Feiyang also shook his head and Liang Qing in the previous situation, the giant scorpion and Liang Qing, the giant scorpion and Liang Qing and Liang Qing and Liang Qing. The giant scorpion must have seen through this, so it pretended to want to fight him to the death. In reality, it was playing a trick to make Zhao and Wei lower their guard. The two of them were extremely stupid. They only cared about running for their lives and completely ignored this terrifying beast. In the end, he was killed by the giant scorpion. Simultaneously. In the face of this scene, Qin Feiyang would definitely be stunned, and the giant scorpion would take the opportunity to slip away. Not only could it kill Zhao Wei and Liang Qing, but it could also take the opportunity to escape. It was really killing two birds with one stone. Now, who dared to say that the beast was stupid? When it came to playing tricks, it was even better than those scheming old foxes. At this moment, this place was silent. Dead? Zhao Wei and Liang Qing are both elites of the inner palace, and they were killed just like that. Are Ma San and Zhang Lu borrowing courage from the heavens? Everyone lowered their heads and looked at the two headless corpses that were falling downwards. Their hearts were filled with shock. Cough, cough. Actually, I didn't really want to kill them. I just wanted to scare them. But I didn't expect that they would be killed by the giant scorpion. To be honest, I'm also a victim in this matter. Everyone, you have to testify for me. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly and said somewhat shyly. Victim? Everyone looked at each other. This bastard, he actually pretended to be innocent? He was too shameless. One of the burly men said, Ma San, although they weren't killed by you, they died because of you. We can't cover for you. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, You can't be like this. We're all from the same sect. We should help each other if we can, right? You still know that we're from the same sect? When you attacked Zhao Wei and Liang Qing just now, why didn't you care about your relationship with them? Everyone stared at him with righteous indignation. Fatso said angrily, Are you blind? Didn't you see that they attacked first? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, Yes, I can't just stand there and let them kill me, right? There were dozens of people around, but no one spoke. They were all speechless. Whether you want to testify for me or not depends on your mood. Goodbye. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, turned around with Fatso, and continued to rush into the depths. Is this the attitude of asking for help? Bastard, it's simple and arrogant. The crowd was furious. The man and woman who were arrogant by the river were mixed in the crowd. Looking at the backs of Qin Feiyang and Liang Qing, their eyes flashed with cold light. The man rolled his eyes and instigated. Everyone, quickly spread the news. We must make this arrogant bastard pay the price. The woman nodded and said coldly, Killing fellow disciples and robbing treasures, this is an unforgivable crime. Yes. Everyone, quickly spread the news. In an instant, everyone took out the image crystal. Immediately, the news spread wildly in the mountain range. What? Ma San not only killed Zhao Wei and Liang Qing, but also stole some mysterious fruit? He seems to be a 2-star combat emperor. How can he have this ability? The first reaction of those who received the news was disbelief. They thought that someone was playing a prank. But soon, the news was confirmed. Thus, everyone began to form groups and search for Qin Feiyang and Li Yihong all over the mountain. On the peak of a mountain, Qin Feiyang stood behind a bush and scanned the mountain below. His eyes were filled with thoughts. Where was this 4th-grade alchemy fire hidden? Fatty, on the other hand, was playing with the 3 heart protector fruits. Boss, how much do you think this thing can be sold for after being refined into a pill? As he spoke, his eyes shone brightly. How much do you think it can be sold for with such a miraculous effect of repairing the heart? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. This was simply finding a topic to talk about. A heart protection pill was equivalent to a life. It was so precious that it would not be sold no matter how much money was offered. Even if they did not need it now, they could keep it for a rainy day in the future. Fatso smiled and took out 3 jade boxes. He carefully put them away and asked, Boss, where are we going next? We'll wait here. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. Not only was the chance of finding the alchemy fire slim, but it was also a waste of time. It was better to stay here and cultivate while waiting for news. So you're hiding here. However, at this time, a calm voice sounded behind Qin Feiyang and Fatso. The two frowned and turned their heads. They saw a young man in black standing above the cliff behind them, sizing them up. Very strong, Fatso whispered. Qin Feiyang nodded. This person's aura was unfathomable. He was at least an 8-star combat emperor. It was very likely that he was a 9-star combat emperor. The young man in black said, I heard that you killed and robbed from Zhao Wei and Liang Qing and snatched a magical fruit. Can you show it to me? Killed and robbed? Qin Feiyang immediately raised his eyebrows. Fatso's eyes turned cold and said, Let me clarify 2 points. First, we didn't kill them. Second, to be able to snatch the fruit is our true ability. The young man in black said, Then why is everyone saying that you killed and robbed? Some people who want to get the fruit but don't have the ability to do so are just spreading rumors. Fatso showed a look of disdain. Whether it's a rumor or not, I want to see the fruit. The young man in black laughed. His attitude was very tough. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, What if I don't show it to you? Then today, I'm afraid you will be buried here. The young man in black smiled faintly, his eyebrows brimming with confidence. You. Fatso raised the corner of his mouth and looked at him playfully. It seems that after killing Zhao Wei and Liang Qing, your self-confidence has swelled to an uncontrollable level. Now I'll show you what a real expert is. What is an overwhelming combat strength? The young man in black laughed. But at the end, his eyes became extremely contemptuous. At the same time, Rays of cold light burst out from his eyes. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura rushed out from his body like a volcanic eruption. 8-star combat emperor. Qin Feiyang muttered. He had never eaten pork, but he had never seen a pig run. Although the strongest in their small team was only a 7-star combat emperor, when they were in the continent's capital, they had seen many 8-star combat emperors, 9-star combat emperors, and even war masters. So, from the strength of this person's aura, they could instantly distinguish his true cultivation. Just an 8-star combat emperor, what's there to be arrogant about? Fatso laughed and said, Boss, I have a favor to ask of you. Say it. Qin Feiyang said. Fatso said, Hit his face, hit it hard. Why? Qin Feiyang asked. Fatso joked, Didn't you notice? When he laughs, he's especially despicable. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked at the young man in black and nodded. It seems to be so. The conversation between the two of them was not concealed, and every word fell into the ears of the black-clothed youth. His face darkened bit by bit. When Fatso said that he was especially despicable, a trace of ruthlessness crept into his eyes. Trash who doesn't know what's good for you. He shouted and waved his big hand. His battle chi surged and turned into a dazzling sharp blade. It was more than 100 feet long, like a crescent moon, emitting a shocking sharpness. High-grade battle art. Qin Feiyang whispered. This person's cultivation was an 8-star combat emperor. With the enhancement of the high-grade battle art, his strength was quite impressive. However, he wanted to kill him with just this little strength. He was simply daydreaming. Clang! Qin Feiyang waved his hand and a red sword aura appeared. 2 flaming sword shadows instantly appeared. The sharpness released by the sword shadows was not inferior to the sharp blade. Slash! Qin Feiyang shouted coldly. The 2 sword shadows whizzed out one after another. The flames lit up the sky and the sharpness tore through the mountains and rivers. Boom! Crack! The first sword shadow and the sharp blade collided. Chapter 5:15. Evenly matched? The black-robed young man was stunned. He originally thought that Qin Feiyang's strength was only a little bit stronger than Zhao Wei's, but he did not expect that Qin Feiyang was actually able to tie with him. Evenly matched? Don't joke around. The show has just begun. Fatso chuckled at the side. The black-robed young man was shocked and his hair stood on end. Clang! The second sword shadow was slashing towards him madly with an ear-piercing buzzing sound. Everywhere it went, the void was distorted. A single sword shadow is equivalent to a fatal blow. What kind of battle technique is this? The black-robed young man was surprised. However, he did not lose his composure. Boom! A large amount of battle chi appeared and condensed into a huge arrow in the void in front of him. The arrow was as thick as a bucket, and dozens of meters long. It shone brightly like the stars and its tip emitted a destructive sharpness. Next, his eyes were filled with killing intent. He waved his hand and the arrow trembled in the air and shot towards the sword shadow. Boom! A thunderous sound exploded in the area. The collision of the two created a destructive shockwave that swept in all directions. The nearby majestic mountains and rivers, the towering ancient trees, and the fearful ferocious beasts that were fleeing in fear were as vulnerable as dead wood. In the blink of an eye, the land within a 1-mile radius was razed to the ground and not a single blade of grass was left. Billowing dust covered all directions. In the dust, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent Fatso into the ancient castle. Then, he sensed the aura of the black-robed young man and charged over. I didn't expect you to hide so well. The black-robed young man's face was gloomy. He did not dare to hold back and fought with Qin Feiyang crazily. What happened? Hearing the commotion, the people nearby rushed over and surrounded the edge of the battlefield. They scanned the dust in front of them with bewilderment. Who in the world was fighting inside? Whoosh! Soon, another dozen or so figures rushed over at top speed. There were men and women, fat and thin. However, without exception, the aura they exuded were far superior to the others. Moreover, when the others saw these people, their eyes were filled with reverence. "What happened?" a rather handsome young man in white asked without turning his head as he scanned the dusty area ahead. "We don't know either," someone immediately replied. The young man in white frowned and raised his hand. Strong winds began to blow in all directions, preparing to blow away the dust and smoke. But at this moment, a painful scream suddenly rang out from within the dust cloud. Following closely, a bloody figure, like a meteor, rushed out of the dust and smoke and shot into the sky. "It's him, Mo-he!" When they saw this person, the expressions of the surrounding crowd changed. In fact, even the pupils of the dozen or so people that had arrived later shrunk. Whoosh! Just as the black-clothed youth rushed out of the smoke, another black-clothed figure rushed out. It was Qin Feiyang. "Ma-san!" Immediately, everyone's eyes were filled with deep disbelief. Zhao Wei and Liang Cheng's defeat was already hard for them to accept. But now, even Mo-he, an 8-star combat emperor, was beaten beyond recognition by him. How strong was this guy? Qin Feiyang stood in the void and scanned the surrounding crowd. His gaze lingered on the dozen or so people for a while, but there was not the slightest change in his expression. Moreover, there were no obvious wounds on his body. Whoosh! Without a word, Qin Feiyang turned into a stream of light and rushed into the sky. His big hand was like an eagle's claw, grabbing Mo-he's neck. "What does he want to do?" Seeing this, everyone was surprised. "Didn't you just say that you want to show me what a real expert is? What is an overwhelming combat power? Is that all?" Qin Feiyang grabbed Mo-he with one hand and the battle chi in his other palm surged. He looked at Mo-he with disdain. "Don't be arrogant too early. Soon you will know the consequences of offending me." Mo-he growled, his face full of resentment. "Is that so? Then I'll send you to hell first." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He raised his arm and slapped Mo-he's chest. "How dare you!" Mo-he roared, but there was a trace of panic on his face. At the same time, the surrounding crowd also changed their expressions. "Ma-san, don't hit him!" The dozen or so people who came later immediately rushed towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and his arm stopped in the void. What's going on? Could it be that this Mo-he had some background? Why? You don't dare to fight? Why are you still so arrogant with such little courage? If you have the guts, kill me today. Come on. Seeing that Qin Feiyang had stopped, Mo-he had a smile on his face. Furthermore, he was shouting non-stop. He was extremely arrogant. So awesome? Qin Feiyang was startled. Then, he immediately slapped Mo-he's face. A blood-red handprint appeared on Mo-he's face. You dare to slap me? Mo-he suddenly showed a look of disbelief. Then, his face was full of resentment, and he roared like a madman. I will definitely kill you and make you suffer so much that you will regret being born in this world. Slap. Qin Feiyang didn't say anything else and sent out another slap. Mo-he screamed and blood gushed out from his nose and mouth. Come on, continue to shout. Qin Feiyang showed his white teeth. Mo-he roared. Little bastard, wait for me. Yes, continue. Qin Feiyang gave Mo-he another slap and the smile on his face became brighter. Mo-he did not dare to say anything. Do you think I won't hit you if you don't shout? What a naive child. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. He raised his arm and slapped Mo-he's face one by one. Mo-he screamed but did not scream. His face quickly swelled up like a pig's head. Now, he couldn't even scream. He could only whimper in grievance. Qin Feiyang also finally stopped. He chuckled and said, Still so arrogant? Mo-he shook his head repeatedly, his eyes full of pleading. Qin Feiyang laughed. Wouldn't it have been better if you had done this earlier? Why do you have to make such a big fuss and hurt your face and body? Whoosh! At this time, The dozen or so people flew over and surrounded Qin Feiyang. Ma-san, let him go immediately. Don't think that you have the right to be arrogant just because you have some strength. In front of us, you are not qualified. The dozen or so people looked unfriendly. There were a total of 11 people, 9 7-star combat emperors and 2 8-star combat emperors. In other words, including Zhao Wei and Mo He, the 7-star combat emperors and 8-star combat emperors of the inner palace were all present. Qin Feiyang glanced at them and said indifferently, "What if I don't let him go?" One of them said coldly, "Don't even think about leaving alive today." Seeing this, Mo He lost his patience and roared, "Why are you still talking nonsense? Quickly kill him!" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He sneered, "Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you?" After saying this, his 5 fingers suddenly tightened and he decisively crushed Mo He's throat. Blood flowed from his big hand to his arm and dyed the clothes on his arm red. Some of the blood splattered on his face. At this moment, he looked like a merciless killing god. He really killed him? The 11 people were dumbfounded. The inner palace disciples in the distance also looked at the dead Mo He with a dull expression. He even dared to kill Mo He. Who did he borrow the courage from? Crazy. This guy must be crazy. Otherwise, he would never dare to do such a shocking thing. Qin Feiyang turned a blind eye to this. He loosened his 5 fingers and Mo He's body fell down. Whoosh! A young man came back to his senses and immediately swooped down, holding Mo He's body and returning to the sky. Is he dead? The other 10 people looked at the young man and asked. He's dead, the young man said in a deep voice. Whoosh! The 11 people immediately looked at Qin Feiyang. The woman in the black silk dress said, You're not Ma-san! Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. He smiled faintly and said, Why do you say that? The woman in the black dress said, Ma-san is only a 2-star combat emperor. His battle chi and battle art are different from yours. Who are you? Why did you pretend to be Ma-san? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, I'm not Ma-san. Damn it! The 11 people's eyes turned cold, and they became alert. Don't be so nervous. What I mean is, I'm no longer the Ma-san. Now I'm your nightmare. Do you remember how you bullied me in the past? You don't remember, but I remember it in my heart. Now I'll take it back little by little. Qin Feiyang laughed. What do you mean? Are you Ma-san or not? If you are, how do you explain your cultivation, battle chi and battle art? The young man yelled. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply and shook his head. I've said it so clearly, but you still don't understand. Are you worthy of being the genius of the inner palace? The 11 people couldn't help but look angry. I've been hiding my cultivation in the past. You must be asking why I'm hiding it. To put it nicely, I'm a low-key person. To put it bluntly, I want to see your faces now. Look at your dumbfounded expressions, it's indeed very interesting. As for battle chi, haven't you heard of it before? There's something in the world called dual battle souls. Qin Feiyang joked. What? You've activated double fighting souls? As soon as the words came out, the whole place was in an uproar. Not necessarily. Maybe I've activated 3 fighting souls. As for battle arts, maybe I've accumulated good karma in my previous life. I'm so lucky that I got a lot of them by chance. Their grades are not low. Qin Feiyang laughed. The 11 people stared at Qin Feiyang. They no longer doubted Qin Feiyang's identity. They just wanted to know how many fighting souls Qin Feiyang had. How many battle arts did he have? You want to know? Then let's talk with our strength. 1-on-1, all together. You can choose. Qin Feiyang looked at the 11 people provocatively. You! The young man was furious. However, the woman in the black dress grabbed him and whispered. He killed Mo He. We don't need to do anything. Someone will deal with him. When the young man heard this, a gloating smile appeared in his eyes. Let's go! Chapter 516. Phew! Looking at the backs of the 11 people, Qin Feiyang finally heaved a sigh of relief. At least he didn't arouse any suspicion. But this Mo, what was his background? After the 11 people left, the others didn't dare to stay any longer. They all turned around and left as if they were running for their lives. Nearby, there was a valley that was about 100 feet wide. It was surrounded by mountains and there was only one narrow entrance. And at this moment, the man and woman who instigated everyone to send the message stood in the valley, looking at Qin Feiyang in the sky, their faces filled with disbelief. How could this bastard be so strong? Back then at the riverside, because of the fatty's attitude, they already bore a grudge against Qin Feiyang and the other man. That was why they wanted to kill the two of them. The news also spread out smoothly. Moreover, Mo found them very quickly. But unexpectedly, the result was Mo's tragic death. Even an 8-star war emperor was no match for him. Could it be that this cowardly trash was a 9-star war emperor? Su Wei, you even dared to kill Mo. It's better if we don't provoke him anymore. The woman retracted her gaze and turned to look at the man. Su Wei frowned and said, "What? Are you afraid?" The woman did not deny it. "If I didn't kill Mo, I would definitely do as you said and not provoke him. But it's different now. Because he killed Mo, that person will definitely not let him go. Let's just wait and watch the show," Su Wei sneered. At the same time, Qin Feiyang glanced down and locked his gaze on the valley. Because this valley was a very good place to hide. Whiz! He turned into a ray of light and swooped down towards the valley. The woman exclaimed, "Not good, he's flying towards us. Could it be that he's discovered us? Let's go!" Su Wei's expression also changed. The two of them immediately fled out of the valley and quickly disappeared into the forest. After a few breaths, Qin Feiyang landed in the valley and looked around. Seeing that there was no one around, he flew up to the cliff and sat cross-legged on a rock, closing his eyes to meditate. In front of him, there was a lush patch of grass that was as tall as a person. It could very well conceal his whereabouts. Outside the valley, the man and woman did not leave. The two of them stood on a branch of a large tree, using the dense leaves to cover their bodies as they looked at the sky above the valley. Time passed by slowly. The next morning, Su Wei finally retracted his gaze and said to the woman beside him, "Since he entered the valley yesterday, he has not appeared again. He should be cultivating in the valley. What do you want to do?" The woman was bewildered. Su Wei said, "I'll keep watch here. You go find Mo Wuxian and tell him the news." The woman frowned. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Su Wei nodded. "Then why don't you just spread the news? Why go through so much trouble? Furthermore, I don't even know where Mo Wuxian is now. How am I supposed to find him?" The woman said. "First of all, if I could directly send a message to Mo Wuxian, I wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. But we didn't establish a contract with Mo Wuxian. Secondly, if we spread the news like this, Ma San will probably hear about it, and then he will definitely slip away. After all, he has been in the inner palace for so many years. He might have made a few good friends. Thirdly, and this is the most important point, if this news reaches Mo Wuxian's ears from others, then it won't be our credit, and everything we've done will be meaningless. So, we have to tell Mo Wuxian personally," Su Wei said, his eyes shining. "All right, I'll go find him now." The woman pondered for a moment, nodded and said. Then she jumped down from the tree and flew into the depths of the mountain. Deep in the mountains, on the peak of a giant mountain, the woman in black and the other 11 people stood respectfully at the edge of the cliff. In front of the 11 people, there was a green stone. At this moment, a white-haired young man sat on the green stone. This person was handsome like jade, his eyes were like stars, and he was about 185 meters tall. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his whole body exuded an unfathomable aura. In front of this person, there was a cold corpse. This corpse was Mo. The white-haired young man looked at Mo's corpse without any expression on his face, and his eyes were as calm as water. But the more he was like this, the more the woman in black and the others felt afraid. This was because they knew this person too well. The angrier he was, the calmer he was. The peak of the mountain fell into a dead silence, and only the whistling of the wind could be heard. No one knew how long had passed. The white-haired young man looked up at the woman in black and asked, "Who did it?" His voice was full of energy, and there was no sadness in it. The woman in black said, "Senior Brother Wushin, it was Ma San." Ma San? The white-haired young man pondered for a moment and said, "I'll give you 3 days. If you can't find Ma San's whereabouts, buy a coffin and lie in it." "Yes." The 11 people responded respectfully, and they did not dare to complain at all. The white-haired young man waved his hand and said, "Go, find a place to bury him." A young man stepped forward, picked up Mohi's corpse, and left with the others. Soon, only the white-haired young man was left. "Ma San, you'll die in 3 days. Are you ready?" The white-haired young man whispered and then closed his eyes. The peak of the mountain fell into a dead silence again. 3 days passed very quickly. However, the woman in black and the others did not have any news about Qin Feiyang. In front of a river, the 11 people gathered together, and they were all upset. After a while, the young man spoke first and said angrily, "Aren't you usually smart? Why aren't you talking now?" The woman in black asked, "What are you talking about?" The young man said, "Nonsense, of course we're talking about how to explain to Senior Brother Wushin." "That's easy for you to say. Who here doesn't know Senior Brother Wushin's temper? As long as he says it, he'll definitely do it. If we go to find him like this, we'll definitely die miserably. Most importantly, even if Senior Brother Wushin kills us all, no one will dare to say a word." The woman in the black dress and the others all had worried looks on their faces. The young man frowned and suddenly slapped a huge rock beside him, and shouted, "That damn Ma San, where is he hiding?" Boom! At the same time, with a loud bang, the huge rock shattered. "Is it useful to be angry now?" The woman in black frowned. "If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, we can't avoid it. Let's go and meet Senior Brother Wushin. We can only hope that he'll show us mercy." As the 11 people were about to leave, a woman in a black dress suddenly ran out from the woods on the other side of the river. "Senior brothers and sisters, wait!" the woman blurted out as soon as she saw the 11 people. Her face was filled with joy. The 11 of them turned to look at the woman and frowned slightly. "What's the matter?" the young man asked. The woman leapt into the air and landed in front of the 11 people. "I have news about Ma San. Can you bring me to Senior Brother Wushin?" "What? You have news about Ma San? Really?" The young man and the others were astounded. The woman nodded. Let's go. The 11 people were overjoyed. They immediately brought the woman deeper into the woods. A few hundred breaths later, the group of people arrived at the top of the mountain and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Senior Brother Wushin. Do you have news?" the white-haired young man asked without opening his eyes. "Yes." The woman in black nodded. Whoosh! The white-haired young man rose to his feet and opened his eyes. 2 rays of light burst out from his eyes as he said, "Bring me there at once." The woman hurriedly said, "Senior Brother Wushin, please wait." The white-haired young man turned to look at her. His cold eyes were as sharp as a blade, causing the woman's heart to tremble. She did not dare to look at him directly. The woman in black said, "Senior Brother Wushin, she knows where Ma San is." The white-haired young man took a deep look at the woman and said, "What's your name?" The woman said, "Senior Brother, I'm Yulan." The white-haired young man said, "From now on, you belong to me, and Mo Wushin. You can have whatever you want in the inner hall." "Thank you, Senior Brother Wushin." Yulan was overjoyed and quickly bowed to express her gratitude. The white-haired young man added, "But if I can't find Ma San, I'll kill you." "If I can't find Ma San, I'm at your mercy." Yulan was full of confidence. With Su Wei monitoring outside the valley, Ma-san would definitely not be able to escape. Then, Yulan opened the teleportation door and a group of people filed in. The next moment, they landed in the jungle outside the valley. When Su-wei saw Emo Wuxian and the others appear, he immediately jumped down from the tree and bowed. "Greetings, senior brothers and sisters." Emo Wuxian ignored him. The others also looked indifferent. Yulan asked, "Su-wei, is he still inside?" Su-wei said, "He didn't come out, he must still be inside." Yulan nodded and turned to look at Emo Wuxian. "Senior brother Wuxian, Ma-san is in this valley." Whoosh! Emo Wuxian immediately turned into a stream of light and went straight to the valley. Su-wei and the others immediately followed. At the same time, Qin Feiyang, who was cultivating in the valley, suddenly opened his eyes. Why would someone come? Was it a coincidence? Immediately, he restrained his aura and stared at the entrance of the valley. When he saw Emo Wuxian enter the valley, his pupils suddenly shrank. This person's aura was so strong! As Su-wei and the others entered the valley, Qin Feiyang knew that this was not a coincidence. They came prepared. But how did these people know that he was hiding in the valley? At the same time, Emo Wuxian scanned the valley, and his calm eyes gradually became fierce. Swish! Suddenly, Emo Wuxian turned around and locked his eyes on Qin Feiyang's hiding place. "I've been discovered?" Qin Feiyang was shocked. Emo Wuxian's eyes never moved away. "Are you going to come out yourself, or do I have to invite you out?" "I've actually been discovered." Qin Feiyang suddenly felt incredulous. Chapter 5:17. Su-wei and the rest followed Emo Wuxian's gaze and looked at the bushes in front of Qin Feiyang. Their eyes were extremely unfriendly. Very soon, Emo Wuxian lost his patience. "Seems like you want me to invite you out." His gaze turned cold as he pointed his index finger in the air. A ray of dazzling battle chi suddenly pierced through the sky, carrying an astonishing aura as it blasted towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and instantly disappeared without a trace. Boom! Just as his foot disappeared, the battle chi arrived. With a loud bang, the entire mountain was instantly reduced to ashes. Immediately, Emo Wuxian frowned. The woman in black and the rest were also a little stunned. How could there be no one? The young man suddenly shouted, "Su-wei, Yulan, what's going on? Where is he?" The two of them looked forward, their eyes filled with confusion. The young man said angrily, "Answer me quickly." "I don't know either." Yulan shook her head and turned to look at Su-wei. "Aren't you here watching all this time?" Su-wei said, "I've been watching from here, and I haven't left even half a step." "I'm sure he's in the valley." Yulan roared. "What's the use of being sure? You have to see him." Su-wei also began to panic. Everyone in the inner hall knew Emo Wuxian's character. He was definitely not someone to be trifled with. The young man said coldly, "Su-wei, Yulan, you guys really have the guts to lie to senior brother Emo Wuxian. Tell me, how do you want to die?" "We really didn't lie to senior brother Wuxian. Senior brother Wuxian, please believe us." Su-wei and Yulan trembled as they quickly knelt on the ground and begged. Emo Wuxian ignored them as he scanned the void in front of him, his eyes flickering. Seeing this, the young man's eyes flashed with killing intent as he raised his arm to kill Su-wei and Yulan. "Wait!" At this moment, Emo Wuxian finally spoke. The young man also immediately stopped and looked at Emo Wuxian in confusion. Emo Wuxian said, "I can feel that when I entered the valley, there was a pair of eyes staring at me, so Ma-san was indeed here before." The young man and the others were bewildered. Since he was here, why didn't he see anyone else? The woman in black asked. "Then how did he escape?" Emo Wuxian said. "I don't know how he escaped, but I'm sure that this Ma-san is no longer the Ma-san of the past." The woman in the black dress asked, "Should we continue looking?" "No need. He will appear. Go and look for the alchemy fire immediately. This will be a very good bait," Emo Wuxian said. "Bait?" The 11 of them were slightly taken aback, but they immediately understood. Yulan asked carefully, "Senior Brother Wushan, what about me and Sui?" Mo Wushan's eyes flickered as he looked at the two. The hearts of Yulan and the other two also hung in the air. "Before the training ends, follow them. In the end." After saying this, Mo Wushan soared into the sky and disappeared like a bolt of lightning. Yulan and Sui were overjoyed. They stood up and looked at the black-dressed woman and the others. They cupped their hands and said, "Senior brothers and sisters, please take care of us in the future." "Take care of? Don't you know who you are? You don't even have the right to carry our shoes, and you still want to be with us? What a joke!" The 11 of them were full of sarcasm. Then, they ignored the 2 of them and left. "Don't even have the right to carry our shoes," Sui muttered to himself. He raised his head and looked at the backs of the 11 of them. He sneered, "Just you wait. Sooner or later, I will trample all of you under my feet." Yulan was also extremely angry. But soon, these emotions were controlled. With a flattering smile, she chased after the 11 of them. In the ancient castle, Qin Feiyang's eyes were full of suspicion. Mo Wushan. Who is this person? Mo Wushan and Mo he have the same surname. Is there any relationship between the 2 of them? Although he didn't know any of this, from the conversation, this Mo Wushan, regardless of identity or status, was not comparable to an ordinary inner hall disciple. It seemed that he had to find someone to investigate Mo Wushan's background. Also, he had to investigate Sui and Yulan. They actually dared to spy on him. "How reckless!" Fatso said from the side. "Boss, you heard it too. They want to use the elixir fire as bait. You have to be careful." Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "If I didn't know in advance, I might have fallen into their trap. But now that I know, there's nothing to worry about." Fatso thought for a while and said with a smile, "Now, let's wait for the news." Since Mo Wushan wanted to set a trap, he would definitely spread the news when he found the elixir fire. Therefore, there was no need to continue the search. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "But I have to go out." Fatso said, "Fat Lord will go too." Qin Feiyang glanced at Fatso. Without saying anything, he left the ancient castle with Fatso. Outside, the dust had dissipated. Fatso looked at the broken ground and said in surprise, "How strong is this Mo Wushan?" "Very strong," Qin Feiyang said. Judging from his aura, he was definitely not inferior to Yan Nanshan. In other words, this Mo Wushan was most likely one of the 3 kings of the Cloud State, a battle master level expert. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang soared into the sky and looked around. "Boss, what are you doing?" Fatso looked at him in confusion. "Looking for someone." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he turned into a ray of light and sped towards the west. "Looking for someone?" Fatty furrowed his eyebrows and quickly followed. About half an hour later, when Qin Feiyang passed by a mountain ridge, he suddenly sensed the fluctuations of a battle. His eyes immediately lit up, and he flew towards the place where the battle fluctuation came from. Dozens of breaths later, Qin Feiyang landed on a mountain peak and looked down, only to see 2 young men fighting. One of them was wearing white clothes and was about 1.75 meters tall. He had a dignified appearance, and was obviously an alchemist. The other person was wearing black clothes. His body was tall and sturdy with bulging muscles. He was filled with a valiant aura. Qin Feiyang looked at them for a while. Both of them had the same cultivation level, being 3-star combat emperors. Furthermore, both of their battle arts were of high quality. However, the burly man's battle awareness and battle experience were stronger than the alchemist's by a level. Thus, the alchemist was at a disadvantage. But what made Qin Feiyang puzzled was that normally, when they met an alchemist, they would try to curry favor with him. But why would this burly man become enemies with an alchemist? Could it be that another treasure had appeared? Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and said, "Let's go and take a look." However, just as he was about to take a step forward, his gaze suddenly turned and looked at the cliff below. Halfway up the mountain, there was a protruding rock. It was about 5 to 6 meters tall and was covered with shrubs and weeds. A black figure was sneakily lying in the grass, also paying attention to the battlefield. And the back of this figure was very familiar. Fatty also lowered his head to look, and a trace of suspicion crept into his eyes. "It's him!" Suddenly, both of their eyes lit up at the same time. This person was the youth in black who fought with them for the heart protection fruit, Hijio. "I didn't expect to meet him here. It's really a case of searching high and low only to find it without any effort. Fat Lord, go and capture him!" Fatso laughed. "Don't alert the enemy." Qin Feiyang stretched out his hand to stop him. Although this person looked inconspicuous, he was actually a cunning old fox. He must have his eyes on something. About 100 breaths passed. A scream suddenly rang out. Qin Feiyang looked over and saw that the alchemist had been punched in the heart by the burly man. With a bang, the alchemist was smashed into the ground below and died on the spot. "Trash like you want to snatch it from me? You're overestimating yourself." The burly man glanced at the alchemist in disdain. Then, his eyes lit up and he flew towards a lake not far away. At the same time, Hijio got up hurriedly and jumped into the forest below, chasing after the burly man. Qin Feiyang and Fatso exchanged glances, retracted their auras and followed. Before long, the burly man landed in front of the lake. The lake was more than 10,000 feet long, and its surface was very calm. The lake was also surrounded by lush vegetation. However, there was a pungent smell of blood in the air. When Qin Feiyang and the fatty got closer to take a look, their faces couldn't help but turn pale. On the surface of the lake, there were hundreds of corpses of aquatic beasts of various sizes. The lake water was dyed red and it was a shocking sight. Judging from the wounds, they were killed not long ago. Dong! The burly man glanced at the corpses of the aquatic beasts on the surface of the lake and jumped in without hesitation. Fatso asked suspiciously, "Why is that burly man not surprised at all when he looks at those corpses?" Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and said, "Those aquatic beasts should have been killed by the burly man and the alchemist together." "You mean that they first discovered the treasure in the lake and worked together to get rid of the aquatic beasts in the lake. Then they got greedy and wanted to take it for themselves?" Fatso asked. "That should be the case," Qin Feiyang said. However, he was not sure since he did not witness it with his own eyes. Fatso believed him, and his eyes shone with greed. "In that case, there must be some shocking treasure in the lake. We'll know if there's any treasure when the burly man comes out." After Qin Feiyang said that, he looked at Hijio who was in front. Hijio was hiding in a bush 100 meters away and was also staring at the lake with greed in his eyes. All of a sudden, he moved again and moved towards the lake. Soon, Hijio walked to the lakeside and hid behind a rock. He took out a dagger, and his face was filled with murderous intent. Fatso was stunned and said, "He's planning to kill and steal the treasure." The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oreo behind. "This man is indeed treacherous," Qin Feiyang whispered. Although the burly man killed the alchemist, he was also badly injured. Hijio was a 3-star combat emperor, and his strength was not inferior to the burly man. Plus, it was a sneak attack and he could definitely kill the burly man with one strike. Dong! 100 breaths passed. The surface of the lake suddenly exploded and the burly man rushed out from the waves with a palm-sized iron box in his hand. "I finally got it!" Chapter 5:18. Looking at the iron box in the burly man's hand, Qin Feiyang and Fatso looked at each other in surprise. What kind of treasure could make this man so excited? Whoosh! Finally, Hijio launched a sneak attack. The dagger in his arm suddenly jumped out from behind the rock and went straight to the burly man in the sky. The burly man, who was immersed in ecstasy, suddenly quivered and looked down at Hijio. "Why are you here?" Immediately, the burly man was slightly stunned. He never thought that there would be someone hiding near the lake. It was also because of this moment that he fell into eternal damnation. One had to know. Hijio came prepared. The burly man was completely unprepared. If he counterattacked at the first moment, he might be able to escape. But now, he couldn't escape. Puff! Hijio rushed forward and the dagger in his hand shone brightly like a poisonous snake showing its fangs. With a puff, it went into the burly man's heart. Suddenly, blood splattered in the sky. The burly man screamed in pain and the iron box in his hand fell out of his hand. Hijio pulled out the dagger and ignored the burly man and went straight to the iron box. Whoosh! At this moment, Qin Feiyang also moved. He used the phantom steps and quickly landed beside the iron box like a flash of lightning. His big hand reached out and grabbed the iron box first. After all, he was a 7-star combat emperor. And Hijio was only a 3-star combat emperor. There was a difference of 4 levels. Moreover, the phantom steps was a perfect auxiliary combat skill that could increase his speed by 4 times. Although the distance between him and the metal box was greater than the distance between Hijio and the metal box, Hijio's overwhelming speed made it impossible for him to snatch the metal box in front of him. Hijio was stunned on the spot. Why was there still someone else? How dare he snatch his item? Did he want to die? A glint of killing intent appeared in his eyes. However, when he looked at Qin Feiyang, his gaze immediately trembled, and fear that couldn't be removed crawled up his face. As for the burly man, he had already died and fell into the lake. Whoosh! At this moment, Fatso also rushed over. He ignored Hijio and stared at the iron box in Qin Feiyang's hand. He said anxiously, "Boss, what is it?" When Qin Feiyang was about to open the iron box, Hijio said anxiously, "This is mine. You can't be so overbearing." "Yours?" Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at him playfully. Fatso chuckled and said, "Brat, we saw you kill and rob with our own eyes. You still dare to say that? Saw it with your own eyes?" Hijio was taken aback, and his face was filled with disbelief. "To tell you the truth, when the big man and the alchemists were killing each other, we were already here. We just didn't say anything," Fatso teased. Hijio said angrily, "You are despicable." "Despicable? No matter how despicable we are not as despicable as you. Stay there and don't move. Otherwise, don't blame me, Fat Lord, for being merciless." Fatso smiled disdainfully and lowered his head to look at the iron box. Qin Feiyang opened the iron box, and a palm-sized jade slip suddenly appeared in front of them. Battle art. Fatso's eyes lit up. He immediately grabbed the jade slip and immersed his mind into it to read it. However, soon, his face was filled with disappointment. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Fuck, Fat Lord thought it was a perfect battle art. He was full of expectations, but it's only an upper-tier battle art. Fatso was furious. He threw the jade slip to Qin Feiyang as if he was throwing trash. His face was filled with disdain. An upper-tier battle art? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He caught the jade slip and checked it. He could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Just as Fatso said, it was only an upper-tier battle art. However, it was not completely worthless. Because it was an auxiliary battle art. Seeing their expressions, Hijio was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He roared, "Don't pretend to be innocent after getting a bargain." "What do you mean?" Fatso frowned. "Bastard, still pretending? I don't believe that you don't know the value of an auxiliary battle art," Hijio said angrily. Qin Feiyang and Hijio were dumbfounded. Thinking about it carefully, their current words and actions did seem to be pretentious. How should they put it? Auxiliary battle arts were extremely rare treasures in places like the 9 continents. Even if it was a low-tier auxiliary battle art, it would still cause people to go crazy over it. Let alone an upper-tier auxiliary battle art. In other words, an upper-tier auxiliary battle art in the 9 continents was a priceless treasure that could not even be bought with gold coins. But now, Hijio was naturally unhappy that he and Fatso showed some disdain. Of course, Hijio did not know the situation. If he knew that Qin Feiyang had mastered a perfect auxiliary battle art, he would definitely be petrified on the spot. He Jiu looked at the two and said gloomily, "Since you don't care about it, give it to me. In your dreams? Even if we throw it away, we won't give it to a villain like you." Fatso sneered. He Jio's eyes darkened. "What? You want to fight? Come on, let's settle the score from last time." A cold light flashed in Fatso's eyes. He reached out his hand and grabbed at Hijio's head like an eagle's claw. Hijio suddenly realized something. He was so angry that he forgot the strength of these two people in front of him. Even Zhao Wei, Liang Qing, and Mo He were no match for Ma San. Wasn't he looking for death by challenging them? In an instant, his eyes were full of fear. Seeing that Fatso was about to crush Hijio's head, Qin Feiyang reached out and grabbed Fatso's wrist. He shook his head and said, "I have something to ask." Fatso withdrew his hand and stared at Hijio. He sneered. "I'll let you live a little longer." Hijio's eyes trembled, and his face turned pale. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Don't be nervous. As long as you answer me honestly, I promise I won't kill you. What's the relationship between Mo Wushan and Mo He? How come you don't even know this?" Hijio was surprised. Fatso's face twitched. He said angrily, "We asked you to answer, not to ask. Do you believe that fat lord will kill you now?" Hijio's body trembled. He hurriedly said, "Mo Wushan is Mo He's elder brother." "I see," Qin Feiyang mumbled. No wonder Mo Wushan went to such lengths to kill him. He asked again, "What's the background of this Mo Wushan?" "He has a great background. Not only is he the eldest son of the Mo family, but he's also the personal disciple of the Mansion Master. And he's the strongest of the 3 King Realm Masters. Inner Hall disciples like us don't dare to provoke him," Hijio said. In other words, he was impressed by Qin Feiyang's courage. He actually killed Mo Wushan's younger brother. This was undoubtedly a challenge to the Grim Reaper. The Mansion Master's disciple? Qin Feiyang and Fatso looked at each other. They didn't expect this person's background to be so shocking. "Is the Mo family very strong?" Fatso frowned. Hijio nodded. "Very strong. They're the most powerful family in Yunzhou." Fatso swallowed and said in a low voice, "Boss, it seems like we're in big trouble." Qin Feiyang felt the same. But there was nothing to be afraid of. They could just leave after getting the alchemy fire. He didn't believe that the Mo family of Yunzhou would dare to go to Lingzhou. Moreover, even if they went to Lingzhou, it would be useless. Because the people of Yunzhou didn't even know who he was. After thinking for a while, Qin Feiyang asked, "Are Zhao Wei and Liang Qing also powerful?" "Yes." Hijio nodded. "The Zhao family and the Liang family are also super families. They both have combat masters in their families. Boss, you're really a jinx. No matter where you go, you'll offend super forces." Fatso looked at him with disdain. "Get lost." Qin Feiyang glared at him and looked at Hijio. "Last question. Who are Su Wei and Yulan?" "They're just small fries like me. But Su Wei is luckier than me. He's an alchemist, but he only has level 5 spiritual power." Hijio looked at him with disdain. Qin Feiyang asked, "What do they look like?" "What? He doesn't even know this. Is Ma San suffering from amnesia?" Hijio was shocked and suspicious. Could it be that the two people in front of him were impersonators? "Do you want to die?" Fatso's eyes turned cold. Hijio's expression changed. He waved his hand hurriedly and his battle aura condensed into 2 figures. "It's them!" Qin Feiyang and the fatty raised their heads to look, and their eyes immediately emitted a cold light. They didn't bother to pursue the matter at the riverside. But they didn't expect that they would dare to plot against them. They were really courting death. At this moment, Hijio suddenly looked behind Qin Feiyang and Fatso. His expression became respectful and he said, "Greetings, Senior Brother Wushan." "Hmm?" Qin Feiyang and Fatso were shocked, and they quickly turned around. But where was Mo Wushan? Not even a shadow could be seen. Fooled? They quickly turned around and saw Hijio running towards the mountain in front without looking back. Seeing this, the two of them looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They remembered that they used to fool others with this trick, and they had successfully avoided many disasters. They didn't expect that they would be fooled by this trick today. This guy was really a cunning old man. However, was it possible for a mere 3-star combat emperor to slip away in front of them? Whoosh! Qin Feiyang waved his hand and swept up Fatso. He used the phantom step and chased after Hijio. Hijio looked back and he was scared out of his wits. What a fast speed! In the blink of an eye, he had shortened the distance by half. What to do? If this continued, they wouldn't be able to escape. Suddenly, a black figure appeared in front of them. It was a young man in black. He was tall and straight. His eyebrows were as sharp as swords. Why would he come here? Seeing the young man in black, Hijio's expression changed. His eyes were filled with horror and fear. But then, his eyes lit up and he shouted, "Senior brother Nye Yu, Ma San and Zhang Lu found a superior auxiliary battle art." Qin Feiyang and Fatso frowned. They followed Hijio's gaze and saw the young man in black. Their bodies and minds suddenly tightened. This was another elite. His aura was like a vast ocean, unfathomable. Superior auxiliary battle art! At the same time, the young man in black also looked at Hijio. His eyes were shining. Then, his gaze went past Hijio and locked onto Qin Feiyang and Fatso. Whoosh! The next moment, the black-clothed young man began to use a mysterious footwork, and his speed suddenly doubled. Chapter 519. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he cupped one hand and the other before his chest. "Senior brother Nye Yu, what can I do for you?" Nye Yu said. "Hand over the superior auxiliary skill." "Skill?" Qin Feiyang paused and shook his head. "I don't have it." "Then who has it?" Nye Yu frowned. Qin Feiyang said. "Hijio has it." Hijio, who was standing behind to watch the show, suddenly changed his expression and said angrily, "Ma-san, don't talk nonsense. The skill is with you." Qin Feiyang said calmly. "If I have it, why would I chase you?" Hearing that, Nye Yu pondered for a while and suddenly turned to look at Hijio. His eyes flashed with shocking light. Hijio quickly took out his Qianqun bag and said, "Senior brother Nye Yu, the skill is really not with me. You can search it if you don't believe me." Seeing that, Nye Yu's eyes flashed, and he looked at Qin Feiyang and Hijio saying, "Give me your Qianqun bag too." "Search my Qianqun bag?" Qin Feiyang paused and said helplessly, "Well, I admit that the skill is with me. But I got it with my own ability. Are you going to rob me? I took it from you with my own ability too. But it's not so easy now. You not only have to give me the skill, but also kneel down and kowtow to me. This is the price for fooling me." Nye Yu looked arrogant and insufferably arrogant. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed a touch of coldness, and he said with a smile, "In this case, I'll say something. If you kneel down and kowtow to me now, I'll spare your life." "What? Is this bastard out of his mind? How dare he talk back to senior brother Nye Yu?" Hijio, who was behind, was shocked in his heart. At the same time, Nye Yu also showed a trace of anger and said, "You think you have the strength to sweep the inner hall after defeating Mohe? Now I'll let you know the consequences of being arrogant in front of me." Boom! After that, a terrifying pressure rushed out of his body and pounced towards Qin Feiyang and Qin Yu with the force of a landslide. 9-star combat emperor! Fatso's pupils contracted. Qin Feiyang's expression didn't change at all. He smiled faintly and said, "If it's just this level of pressure, I'm afraid it's not enough." Nye Yu raised his eyebrows. What was going on? How could he be so relaxed under his pressure? Boom! The next moment, his body shook, and his oppressive might abruptly intensified, firmly locking on to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Can you get any stronger? This is impossible." Nie Yu's body and mind immediately trembled. This was the full extent of his pressure, yet it was still unable to restrain this person. Could this Ma Sen also be a 9-star combat emperor? When Hijio saw this, he was even more frightened. Without hesitation, he turned around and rushed down the mountain. "Don't go, let's make out!" Fatso chuckled, turned into a stream of light and swooped down, chasing after Hijio. But at the same time, Nie Yu also swooped down, looking for Fatso to catch him. "Damn, last time Zhao Wei was like this, now you're like this. Does Fat Lord have a grudge against you?" Fatso was furious, and hurriedly turned around and flew toward Qin Feiyang. When snatching the heart protection fruit, Fatso wanted to kill Hijio, but at the critical moment, Zhao Wei arrived and he failed to do so. Unexpectedly, this time, Nie Yu came to stop him again. This made him very angry. But he also knew that Nie Yu came to him, not really to stop him from killing Hijio. Instead, he wanted to capture him and threaten Qin Feiyang. Therefore, he decisively gave up chasing Hijio and flew toward Qin Feiyang. He didn't want to be a burden to Qin Feiyang. "You want to leave? How naive!" Nie Yu sneered secretly. His speed was unbelievably fast, catching up with Fatso in the blink of an eye. His big hand violently reached out, grabbing toward Fatso. "Humph!" However, at this moment, a cold snort sounded. Qin Feiyang also landed beside Fatso, the battle chi in his palms surging, and he slapped toward Nie Yu's chest. "How can he be so fast?" Nie Yu was shocked. The big hand that was grabbing toward Fatso turned in the air, and a bright battle chi emerged from his palm. Boom! The two big hands collided with a loud bang. A thunderous sound exploded in the area. Furthermore, with the two of them as the center, a terrifying shockwave swept out in all directions. Qin Feiyang immediately mobilized his battle chi and condensed it into a battle chi boundary to protect Fatso behind him. But the mountains and rivers below were severely destroyed. Within a 1-mile radius, whether it was the mountains or the beasts, they were all crushed into pieces by the airwave. This scene was like the end of the world. It was terrifying. Pfft! The two of them were in a stalemate for 3 breaths. All of a sudden, Qin Feiyang spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew out. Fatso was not spared either. He was sent flying, and blood spurted out of his mouth. However, with the protection of the battle chi boundary, there was no danger to his life. He was only seriously injured. Nie Yu laughed coldly and said disdainfully, "I thought you were strong, but it turns out that you only have this much strength." Boom! Qin Feiyang took a step into the air and stabilized his body. His gaze was like a blade, becoming incomparably sharp, and said, "Just this bit of strength is enough to kill you." After he finished speaking, with a wave of his hand, the scarlet sword chi surged, and 3 sword shadows instantly appeared out of thin air, making clanging sounds. "Kill!" Following Qin Feiyang's low shout, the 3 sword shadows immediately whistled towards Nie Yu. "Your cultivation is only at the 7 stars, War Emperor. It's fine to kill trash like Zhao Wei, but in front of me, it's useless." Nie Yu shook his head. Whether it was his face or his eyes, they were filled with contempt. "Is that so?" Qin Feiyang laughed coldly. The 3 sword shadows carried a terrifying sharpness, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived above Nie Yu's head. But at this moment, Nie Yu's battle chi surged, and actually condensed into a set of armor, covering his entire body, leaving only a pair of eyes exposed. The armor emitted a dazzling light. After the armor appeared, Nie Yu stood there. Not only did he not counterattack, he even crossed his arms over his chest, and the corner of his mouth pursed into a playful smile. Clang clang! The first sword shadow arrived and slashed towards Nie Yu's right shoulder. When the sword shadow and the armor met, an ear-piercing metallic sound was heard. Qin Feiyang was stunned. What kind of armor was this? It could actually block the Guiyuan sword art? Are you surprised? Let me tell you, this is not an ordinary armor. This is a battle armor evolved from a superior battle art. Its defensive power is not inferior to a real battle armor in the slightest. Even if it was someone at the same level as me, it would take 2 full-strength attacks to break through the defense. And your cultivation level is lower than mine by a small level. Even if I stand here and don't fight back, you can't do anything to me. Yu smiled, and his smile was very bright. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood, and then the corner of his mouth pursed into a sneer. He admitted that the defense of this armor was indeed very powerful. If it was another 7-star combat emperor today, they would not be able to break it. But he was different. He had 2 perfect battle arts, and his combat power was not inferior to Yu's. Breaking the defense of this armor was a piece of cake. In the blink of an eye, the second sword shadow arrived and once again slashed the armor on Yu's right shoulder. Yu was still calm, without the slightest bit of nervousness or worry, and was full of confidence. But all of a sudden, accompanied by a crisp cracking sound, a crack appeared on his armor. At that moment, Yu's eyes were filled with surprise. He hurriedly lowered his head to look at his right shoulder, and his eyes suddenly widened. It actually cracked. How could this be? Wasn't he a 7-star combat emperor? How could he have such strength? Could it be that this was a perfect battle art? Impossible! The highest level of battle art in Yuzhou was superior battle art. A perfect battle art was simply a legend. Something must have gone wrong somewhere. Just as Yu was in a daze, the third sword shadow slashed down like lightning. Crack! The armor was completely shattered, and suddenly, a bloody light burst out. Yu's right arm was cut off on the spot. The heart-wrenching pain was like a tide, attacking every nerve in his body, causing him to scream in pain. Aya, what's going on? Didn't you say that only people of the same level can break your defense? Why is his arm cut off now? Fatso, who was standing not far away, reached out to touch his chin, revealing a suspicious look. But his eyes were filled with ridicule. Obviously, he was secretly mocking Yu. Damn it, I'm going to kill you all. Yu was completely enraged, and his face was distorted, looking incomparably ferocious. Roar! Accompanied by an earth-shattering beast roar, a huge ferocious beast rose from behind him. That was a brute elephant. Its body was dozens of feet tall, like a mountain in the sky, and its ferocious aura was intimidating in all directions. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. You're showing your battle soul so early. Does it mean that you've exhausted all your abilities? Die! Yu roared, and his body was full of murderous intent. The brute elephant battle soul suddenly swooped down from the sky toward Qin Feiyang like a meteorite. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Without seeing him do anything, a red sword aura emerged from his body, turned into a vast ocean, and surged into the sky. Clang! In an instant, 10 sword shadows appeared in the world. Waves of fire surged, and flames rolled, illuminating half of the sky and earth. Immediately after, Qin Feiyang's mind moved, and 10 sword shadows fell from the sky, slashing toward the brute elephant battle soul. Boom! A loud explosion suddenly exploded. The brute elephant battle soul was annihilated on the spot. Yu's body and mind trembled, and blood spurted from his mouth, and his face was as pale as paper. But there was still 1 sword shadow left. Clang! The sword shadow did not stop at all, and cut across the sky, slashing toward Yu like lightning. A shrill scream resounded through the sky. Yu's 7-foot body was cut in half on the spot, and his blood flowed like a waterfall, dyeing the sky red. What? Even Senior Yu is no match for him. In a forest far away, Hijio hid in a bush, looking at Qin Feiyang in the sky, and his face was full of horror. Especially the look in his eyes, as if he was looking at a devil. He was hiding here because he wanted to see if he could pick up a bargain. But he did not expect to see such a scene. The 9-star War Emperor Yu, the one with a light mouth under the War Master, was actually dismembered by a single slash. Whoosh! When he came back to his senses, Hijio did not dare to stay any longer. He turned around and began to flee. He was scared out of his wits. The current Ma-san was too terrifying. Chapter 520. High up in the sky. After killing Niayu, Qin Feiyang's heart did not waver in the slightest. Because if you don't kill him, he will kill you, and he won't show any mercy. TSK. Boss's current strength can be said to be the number one person below the War Master. Fatso was secretly speechless at the side. You know, Qin Feiyang was not even 20 years old yet, and he was already so strong. If he were to wait another 10 or 20 years, wouldn't he be even more amazing? Of course. Fatso was also completely confident in himself. In another 10 or 20 years, he would definitely have astonishing achievements. The source of his confidence was the door of potential. Most importantly, he had followed the right person. If he hadn't shamelessly followed Qin Feiyang back then, he would probably still be in Black Bear City, unknown to the public. Who? Qin Feiyang exhaled, looked at Fatso and laughed. Let's go, find a place to go into seclusion. He felt helpless in his heart. He had always wanted to go into seclusion to cultivate, but there was always trouble. Seclusion? Fatso was startled and asked, What about Hijio? Hijio was obviously suspecting their identities. If word got out, it would not be good for them. He's a smart man. He knows what to say and what not to say. Qin Feiyang smiled and flew towards the depths of the mountain range. Smart man? Fatty furrowed his brows, then chuckled and turned to follow him. A moment later, the two of them landed on top of a huge peak. This place was filled with towering ancient trees and weeds. Furthermore, the giant peak was very tall, more than 1,000 feet tall. Standing at the edge of the cliff, one's field of vision was very wide. Not only could he hide, he could also monitor his surroundings. Qin Feiyang jumped onto a piece of bluestone and looked around. He was quite satisfied with this place. Then, he sat cross-legged on the bluestone and closed his eyes to cultivate. Fatso stood at the side and dawdled for a moment, then said, Boss, can you give the superior auxiliary battle art that you just obtained to Fat Lord? Qin Feiyang opened his eyes and looked at him in confusion. Last time in the Forgotten Land, the perfect battle art that Madame gave Lu Hong was a slaughter battle art, so Fat Lord wants to give her a support battle art. Fatso blushed and said shyly. Qin Feiyang looked at Fatso strangely. Could it be that Fatso had fallen in love with Lu Hong? If that was the case, it would be a good thing. Fatso felt uncomfortable being stared at like this. Just as he was about to explode, Qin Feiyang took out a jade slip and tossed it to Fatso. Thank you, boss. Immediately, Fatso was overjoyed. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. He directly sent Fatso to the castle. It seemed that Fatso was really in love. However, it wasn't that he discriminated against Fatso, but with Fatso's figure, would Lu Hong like him? If he wanted to win the beauty's heart, he had to lose weight. At the same time, the news of Nieyu's death spread throughout the Spirit Cloud Mountain range. This news was even more sensational than the death of Mo He and Zhao Wei. Those who knew about this were shocked beyond words. Even a 9-star combat emperor died in the hands of Ma San. Was this person trying to defy the heavens? It was fine if he didn't make a sound, but once he did, he would amaze everyone. No one would have thought that the once cowardly, incompetent, and cowardly person would actually be this powerful. Beside a river, two young men stood side by side. Both of them wore black robes and had outstanding looks. Especially with their extraordinary temperament, one could tell that they weren't ordinary people at first glance. The inner palace is going to change. Yes, Ma San appeared out of nowhere and killed Nieyue. The situation is bound to change. Now, not only us, even Mo Wushan and the other two felt threatened by this person. The two of them looked at the sky. Their deep eyes seemed to be able to see through the future, and see through everything. At the same time, in the sky above a forest deep within the mountain range, two men and a woman stood facing each other. Gusts of wind blew past, lifting up their long hair and clothes. From afar they looked like 3 dazzling suns, making people feel intimidated. "Mo Wushan, you went to find him. What do you think of his strength?" "I didn't fight him head on. It seems that Ma San has been hiding his strength and biding his time. We have completely ignored him before." "So what? He dared to kill my brother. He won't be able to walk out of the Spirit Cloud Mountain range alive. I also think that we should get rid of Ma San. With his character and means, he will definitely be a threat to us in the future. If that's the case, let's join forces. After all, there can only be 3 kings in the inner palace, not one more." A cold light flashed across their eyes at the same time. Then, they turned around and left. At the same time, someone deliberately spread the news of Nyeyu and the others' deaths to the capital of the Cloud State. As long as there were people, people would talk about it. The families behind Nyeyu, Mohe, Zhao Wei, and Liang Cheng were, without a doubt, enraged. The old monsters of the 4 families immediately went to the Yun State Mansion Master to reason with him. However, the Yun State Mansion Master was indifferent to this matter. Helpless, the people of the 4 families could only bear with it for the time being. Time flew by. 7 months passed. There were only 5 months left before the Battle of the 9 States. In these 7 months, no one went to look for Qin Feiyang. They were all looking for the elixir fire. Even so, Qin Feiyang was often disturbed. These people were the old master, Yan Nanshan, Yin Yuanming, Lu Yun, and Ren Wushuang. They would send him messages every now and then. In the beginning, Qin Feiyang patiently explained and comforted them. However, in the end, he could not take it anymore. He directly threw the image crystal into his Jianquan bag and ignored it. He immersed himself in cultivation. After 7 months of hard work, his cultivation finally ushered in a breakthrough. Boom! On this day, his aura, which had been dormant for several months, suddenly exploded. The giant mountain below him could not withstand this aura and instantly shattered. Billowing dust and smoke rose into the sky and covered all directions. The sound of the explosion was deafening. The ferocious beasts nearby were all shocked and fled in panic. Whoosh! Soon, a black figure rushed out from the dust and smoke. It was Qin Feiyang. He stood in the sky like a god of war. The battle aura around him was like a rainbow. His long hair and clothes fluttered in the wind. A terrifying aura rolled in all directions. 8-star Combat Emperor. Feeling the surging battle aura and power in his body, he could not help but clench his fists tightly. His resolute face was filled with determination. "Mother, Uncle Yuan, did you see this? I'm not even 20 years old, and I've already stepped into the 8-star Combat Emperor. I'm even faster than my ancestor. Don't worry, I won't let you down," he muttered to himself. His eyes flickered. Then, he restrained his aura and pulled Fatso out. Fatso sized up Qin Feiyang for a moment and said with a grin, "Boss, Fat Lord is about to catch up with you. You have to work hard." Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. After carefully observing for a moment, his pupils suddenly shrank. This damn Fatso was already a 7-star Combat Emperor. However, after thinking about it, he felt relieved. Although Fatso's talent was not as good as his, he had opened the 4th level of the Gate of Potential. Naturally, his cultivation speed was not comparable to his current cultivation speed. Qin Feiyang asked, "Has the white-eyed wolf broken through to the 9-star Combat Emperor?" 7 months ago, Wolf King was already a 7-star Combat Emperor. After 7 months of seclusion, Wolf King's cultivation must have had a great breakthrough. "Not yet, but it will be soon. I estimate that it will take at most half a month," Fatso said sourly. No matter how hard he tried, he could not catch up with Wolf King. They had both opened the 4th level of the Gate of Potential. Why was the gap so big? "You should be satisfied." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him and said, "Now, can you tell me why you came to Yuzhou?" Fatso immediately fell silent. Qin Feiyang glanced at him and said lightly, "If you don't want to say it, then forget it. Boss, Fatso wanted to say something but stopped, as if he was worried about something. Finally, he looked at Qin Feiyang and said solemnly, "Boss, no matter why I came to Yunzhou, you can rest assured that I, Fat Lord, will not harm you." Qin Feiyang believed in this. He smiled faintly and said, "Let's go and ask if there is any news about the alchemy fire." Whoosh! The two of them flew into the depths of the mountain side by side. However, an hour had passed and they did not meet anyone on the way. That's strange. Where did they go? Fatso frowned. That's not strange. Everyone guessed that the alchemy fire was hidden in the depths of the mountain. Now that 7 months have passed, everyone must have gone there. Qin Feiyang used the phantom steps and quickly disappeared into the sky with Fatso. Half a month later, the two of them finally met an inner hall disciple. Coincidentally, it was Hijio again. At the peak of the mountain ahead, Hijio was lying on a smooth rock. He had a green foxtail in his mouth and his hands were behind his head. His eyes were slightly closed as he basked in the sun comfortably. This guy really knows how to enjoy himself. Fatso smirked. Qin Feiyang smiled. Whoosh! The two of them flew across the sky toward the peak of the mountain. Someone's there? When the two of them were close to the peak of the mountain, Hijio suddenly opened his eyes. He put his hands on the ground and raised his head to look at Qin Feiyang and Fatso. Why did we meet them again? Immediately, Hijio's expression changed and he got up to escape. Boom! Fatso smirked. His aura surged out and directly imprisoned Hijio there. Whoosh! With a burst of air-rending sound, Qin Feiyang and Fatso landed in front of Hijio. The fatty smiled sinisterly and said, "Brat, we meet again. This is fate." Bullshit fate. I'm so unlucky. Hijio cursed in his heart, but his face was full of flattery. He nodded and said, "Yes, yes, yes. Fate can't be stopped. Since that's the case, we have to make out today. Otherwise, we'll be letting down the fate that God has given us. Don't you think so?" Fatso rubbed his hands and grinned. He looked like a weasel with a malicious expression. Hijio's expression changed and he said flatteringly, "Senior brother, my sexual orientation is very normal. I don't think we should make out." Fatso's face twitched and he was speechless. Was he trying to say that a certain aspect of him was abnormal? Hijio was very good at reading people's expressions. When he saw Fatso's face darkened, he quickly changed the topic and said with a smile, "Senior brothers, if you have any questions, just ask. I promise to tell you everything I know." Fatso was stunned and said helplessly, "You're quite sensible. Only those who know what's good for them can live longer." Chapter 521. Qin Feiyang looked at the scoundrel youth in front of him with a trace of admiration in his eyes. Only those who know their place can live longer. This saying was simple and easy to understand. However, there were only a few people who could do it. Hijio was able to do it, which meant that he had a high level of awareness. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and asked, "You didn't tell anyone, did you?" This? Hijio's pupils shrunk and a trace of panic appeared on his face. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and his expression became unfriendly. Seeing this, Hijio's body tensed up and he hurriedly said, "I only told the others that you killed Niayu. I didn't say anything else." "That's still true," Fatso sneered. Battle chi surged out of his palm and a strand of killing intent spread out. Qin Feiyang stopped Fatso and looked at Hijio with a smile. "It doesn't matter. Even if you didn't say anything, others would have guessed it. Thank you for your generosity." Hijio quickly thanked him. Qin Feiyang asked, "Is there any news about the alchemy fire?" "No. Everyone has been looking for it for the past few months, but there's been no news." Hijio shook his head. Qin Feiyang frowned. 7 months had passed. No, including the half a month they had been on the road, 7.5 months had passed. However, there was still no news. Where was the alchemy fire hidden? Fatso was also annoyed. He looked at Hijio and said, Why don't you go and look for it? Me? Hijio smiled bitterly. Why would I go and look for it? I'm just a 3-star combat emperor. There are beasts that are stronger than me in the deeper regions. If I go there, I'll die. Besides, even if I'm lucky enough to find the alchemy fire, the 3 kings won't let me take it out of the spirit cloud mountain. So, instead of wasting my time, I'd rather stay here and enjoy the good times. At the same time, I can keep my life, Hijio said. Qin Feiyang looked at Hijio in a new light again. Not only was this fellow treacherous, he was also very smart. Fatso glanced at Hijio, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Boss, we can't keep waiting like this. How about we take the initiative to find them? How do we find him? The Spirit Cloud mountain range connects the Cloud State and the Spirit State. It's vast and boundless. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack for the 2 of us, Qin Feiyang said. Beside him, Hijio asked in surprise, Senior brother Ma wants the alchemy fire too? Qin Feiyang nodded. It was not that he wanted it, but that he was determined to get it. Hijio's heart skipped a beat. He smiled obsequiously and said, How about this? I'll help you find out, as long as you let me go. How did you find out? Fatso frowned. Although I don't know where the alchemy fire is, I have connections with many people. As long as the alchemy fire appears, I will definitely receive the news immediately. Hijio patted his chest and said. Qin Feiyang looked at Hijio, his eyes flickering. After a while, he nodded and said, If you can really find it, I'll let you go. Thank you, senior brother. Hijio was overjoyed. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Fatso. Fatso understood and restrained his aura. Hijio did not dare to delay any longer. He immediately took out an image crystal and contacted his friends and best friends. Qin Feiyang and Fatso retreated to the side and watched silently. One had to admit that Hijio had a wide network. He contacted more than 50 people. And most of them were stronger than him. Half an hour later, Hijio finally put away the image crystal and looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled obsequiously. Now we just need to wait for the news. Qin Feiyang nodded. Since he had nothing to do, he simply sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes to cultivate. Another half a month passed like this. There were only 4 months left before the great battle of the 9 states. Early in the morning, the horizon was white. The sun rose slowly, and the mountains and rivers were dyed red. Buzz! Suddenly, there was a buzzing sound from the image crystal. Qin Feiyang opened his eyes and looked at Hijio. Fatso, who was next to him, was also energized. There was a trace of anticipation in his eyes. Hijio looked at the 2 of them and took out an image crystal. He poured his battle chi into it, and a shadow quickly appeared. It was also a young man in black. He was more than 7 meters tall and looked very ordinary. He had a common face. Seeing this person, Hijio hurriedly asked, How is it? Any news? Yes. The 3 great kings found the alchemy fire in a canyon. The young man in black said excitedly. Heard about it. Qin Feiyang and Fatso suddenly stood up. Hijio also breathed a sigh of relief. He was finally safe. Then he became excited and asked, Where is the alchemy fire now? The young man in black said, It's still in the canyon. Hijio was slightly stunned. He asked suspiciously, Since the 3 great kings found the alchemy fire, why didn't they take it away? This was also the question in Qin Feiyang and Fatso's hearts. There's a War Master level beast in the canyon. It's stronger than the 3 great kings. It won't be easy for them to get it. The young man in black said gloatingly. Stronger than them? Hijio was shocked and said, Are you sure you're not lying to me? Why would I lie to you? I saw it with my own eyes. The 3 great kings fought with that beast. In the end, they were beaten to the point of vomiting blood in one move. However, the canyon has been sealed by the 3 great kings. Small characters like us can't even think about getting close. The young man in black said with a trace of unwillingness in his tone. Sigh. Hijio also let out a long sigh. How precious was a fourth-grade alchemy fire! If he could get it, he would definitely soar into the sky. But facing the three powerful great kings, with his strength, he had no chance at all. Fatso also frowned and asked in a low voice, "Boss, how do we get it? Let's go take a look at the canyon first." Qin Feiyang raised his arm and waved his index finger in the air for a while. Then two big words formed by battle chi quickly appeared in the air. Canyon coordinates. Seeing these two words, Hijio looked up at the young man in black and smiled. "Can you give me the coordinates of the canyon?" The young man in black was surprised and asked, "What? You want to get the alchemy fire?" Hijio smiled bitterly. "I don't have the guts. I just want to join in the fun." The young man in black looked at him suspiciously and said, "I can give you the coordinates. But if you get something good, don't forget about me." Of course. Hijio nodded. After the young man in black told him the coordinates of the canyon, Hijio turned off the image crystal, then turned to Qin Feiyang and Fatso, and said, "You heard it. Are you sure you want to go? How do we know if there's a chance if we don't go and see?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. With a wave of his hand, he opened a portal and walked in without hesitation. Fatso took another step toward the portal, but suddenly stopped in front of it. He turned to look at Hijio with a smile, and said, "It's going to be fun later. Want to go together?" Hijio shook his head without hesitation. Although after half a month of getting along, Fatso's attitude toward him was much better than before, he still felt that Fatso was up to no good. Fatso was not surprised. He smiled and turned back to enter the portal. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feiyang and Fatso appeared in a strange place. Here, there were overlapping mountains and lush ancient trees. Between the mountains there was a river, like a giant python, winding across the north, south, east, and west. At this moment, Qin Feiyang and Fatso were standing on one of the banks of the river. Qin Feiyang looked at the river. The turbulent river water was like a torrent of beasts, setting off huge waves that were more than 10 meters high. And underwater, he could clearly sense the aura of many fierce beasts. Moreover, the weakest was the War Emperor. Even he could not estimate the strongest aura. From this, it was very likely that there were water beasts of the War Master realm lurking in the river. On both sides of the river, there were primordial forests. There were also many powerful fierce beasts' auras inside. To be honest, without the cultivation of a 5-star War Emperor, it would be very difficult to survive here. "Where's the canyon?" Fatty looked around, and his brows gradually furrowed into a ball. Other than the desolate forest, giant peaks, and fierce beasts, there was no canyon at all. Had he been fooled? Quick! The canyon is over there! Suddenly, a series of shouts rang out. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He grabbed Fatso and hid in the nearby forest, whispering, "Restrain your aura." Very quickly, a group of people passed through the forest and flew towards the other side of the river. There were a total of 15 people, all of them young men and women. Some were dressed in white, while others were dressed in black. Their cultivation was all above the 4-star War Emperor. After watching the group of people leave, Fatso retracted his gaze and asked in confusion, "Boss, you have already broken through to the 8-star War Emperor. With the addition of the battle formula and the return formula, you are completely capable of fighting against the 3 great kings. Is there a need to hide like this?" Qin Feiyang said. "Mo Wuxian has been waiting for me. If he knows that I am here, he will definitely come to kill me. Although I am not afraid of him now, this will affect my ability to snatch the pill fire." Fatso suddenly understood. Indeed, under the circumstances where the 3 great kings did not know, it would undoubtedly be easier to snatch the pill fire. "Let's go, follow them." Qin Feiyang waved his hand, turned into a ray of light, and rushed out of the forest. Fatso followed closely behind. Very quickly, the two of them crossed the river and entered the forest on the other side. Then, without any hesitation, they followed behind the 15 people and rushed forward silently. Not long after the two of them disappeared on the other side of the river, A young man in black appeared out of thin air. It was Hijio. Hee. Fourth grade pill fire. I will not give it up until the end. Ma-san, this time I would like to see who is the real Oriole. He laughed in a low voice and immediately flew towards the other side of the river. And like Qin Feiyang, he also chose to enter the forest and sneak over quietly. In the forest, Qin Feiyang and Hijio were very careful and did not make any noise. Fatso looked up at the 15 people in the sky and sneered. You know that someone is blocking the valley, but you still dare to fly over from the sky. What a group of idiots! Qin Feiyang smiled but did not say anything. Stop right there! Sure enough. About 100 breaths later, a violent shout suddenly exploded in the sky. The 15 people flying in the sky immediately stopped, their eyes full of fear. Qin Feiyang also stopped and looked up. He saw a young man standing in the sky in front of him, glancing at the 15 people. His eyes were extremely unfriendly. Qin Feiyang frowned. He had seen this person before. When he killed Emohi, it was this person who caught Emohi's body. There was no doubt that this person must be Emo Wushan's man. And he should be blocking the valley, which meant that the valley was in front of them. Chapter 522. At the same time, a dispute broke out in the sky. Why can't we go to the canyon? The palace master has said that everyone has the right to fight for the alchemy, fire, and auxiliary combat arts. Is there any justice in your actions? The 15 men were filled with righteous indignation. The 3 kings had gone too far. They had sealed off the canyon. Wasn't this cutting off their hope? You do have the right to fight for it, but do you have the strength to do so? Get lost now, or don't blame me for being merciless. The young man shouted, his eyes flashing with strong killing intent. We won't leave until we reach the canyon. You are an 8-star combat emperor, but you are willing to be their pawn. Do you have any dignity? I am ashamed of you. The 15 men were seething with anger, and their words became more and more intense. As soon as these words were spoken, it undoubtedly infuriated the burly young man. Who would be willing to be someone else's pawn? Who wouldn't want a 4th-grade alchemy fire? But they had to have the strength to do so. Without sufficient strength, if one wanted to survive in the inner hall and go higher and further, then one had to compromise. Otherwise, only death would await. Boom! The young man's body shook, and a majestic aura rushed out, covering the sky and the earth as it pressed down on the 15 people. Immediately, most of the people were frightened and began to retreat involuntarily. Don't retreat! We have to show the 3 kings that we are people with guts. Yes. For our dignity, we have to fight to the end even if we are like moths to a flame. The 4 young men shouted. They were all 6-star combat emperors, 2 levels lower than the young man. However, they were not afraid at all. Their aura soared and they rushed toward the young man. In the forest. Qin Feiyang stopped again. He raised his head and looked at the 4 people in surprise. Unyielding, and unforgiving. Who would have thought that there would be such guts in Yunzhou? It's all for the alchemy fire. If it was something worthless, do you think they would dare to fight? Their current actions have nothing to do with courage at all. At best, they're just acting out of desperation. The fatty said in disdain as his lips curled into a mocking smile. Even so, your courage is commendable. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered as he spoke. Boom! Suddenly, he raised his hand and pointed in the air. An invisible force turned into a world-destroying dragon that roared into the sky and drowned the young man in an instant. Immediately, a blood-curdling scream resounded through the sky. The young man died on the spot, and his blood dyed the sky red. Whoosh! After killing the young man, Qin Feiyang did not stay any longer. He grabbed Fatso and shot forward. Fatso frowned. Boss, why are you doing this? Why? Of course, it's to make it easier for me to snatch the alchemy fire and create some trouble for the 3 kings. Qin Feiyang sneered. Although the 3 great kings were powerful, they were still far from being able to scheme against him. High in the sky, the 15 people looked at each other. What was going on? Who killed the young man? Whoosh! When they came back to their senses, they lowered their heads and scanned the forest below, their eyes full of surprise. Who was it? The young man was an 8-star combat emperor, but he was killed in one move. Who was so powerful? Forget it. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Let's go. That's right. With the help of this mysterious expert, we will definitely be able to enter the canyon. Follow us and rush in. The 4 young men roared and turned into streaks of light as they charged forward. The other 11 people looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and followed them. At the same time, in the forest below, Hijio was hiding in a bush, his face full of suspicion. Who could it be? Could it be them? Yes, it must be Ma San and Zhang Lu. Only they could kill an 8-star combat emperor easily. In other words, the 2 of them were in front of him. Now, as long as he followed the 2 of them and was careful, he would not be in any danger. Hijio chuckled and followed them silently. At the same time, a few miles ahead, there was a huge canyon. However, in the void 1,000 meters away from the canyon, there were more than 30 young men and women standing against the wind. Their auras were extremely powerful. The lady in the black dress and the others were among them. However, at this moment, these people were looking in the direction of the young man, their eyes full of suspicion. At the same time, in the northwest direction of the canyon, there was a giant mountain. This mountain was about 1,000 meters away from the canyon. At this moment, 4 young men and a young woman were standing on the peak of the giant mountain, looking in the direction of the young man. Their eyes were shining with cold light. The auras of these 5 people were unfathomable. The young woman said, "Emma Wushin, is it Ma San? In the entire inner palace, only the 5 of us and Ye Yu can kill Yuan Wu in one move. Ye Yu is dead and we are all here. Who else could it be other than Ma San?" Emma Wushin clenched his fists and his eyes were as sharp as blades. The young woman frowned and said, "I didn't expect him to receive the news so quickly. I was afraid that he wouldn't come." Emma Wushin smiled coldly and looked at the 2 young men in black beside him. He said, "You 2 go and have a look." "Us?" The 2 of them were stunned and frowned. The young woman said, "If you don't go, do the 3 of us have to go?" "Just go, don't talk so much nonsense," the 3rd person said. This was a burly man. His body was 8 feet tall, like a small giant, and his body was full of explosive power. This burly man, Emma Wushin and the young woman were the 3 kings of the inner palace. As for the 2 young men in black, they were 9-star combat emperors and their positions in the inner palace were slightly lower than Emma Wushin and the other 2. Seeing the attitude of Emma Wushin and the other 2, the 2 of them looked at each other, and a cold light flashed in their eyes. However, they hid it well and Emma Wushin and the other 2 did not notice it. One of them looked at Emma Wushin and the other 2 and asked, "What should we do with the 15 people?" "Kill!" the burly man said without hesitation, revealing a ruthless and cold aura. Swoosh! The 2 of them did not hesitate and soared into the sky, flying towards the 15 people. After distancing themselves from Emma Wushin and the other 2, the young man in black on the left said, "Lu Yufeng, they are sending us to our deaths." "I know." The young man in black on the right nodded. A cold light flashed in his eyes and he whispered, "Pei Sanshur, we can't go on like this, we must fight back." The young man on the left asked, "How do we fight back?" Lu Yifeng said, "Ma San was able to kill Mie Yu, it is enough to show that he is not weaker than us. Let's go and find him to cooperate." "Your idea is good, but it is not feasible. No matter how strong Ma San is, can he be stronger than a battle master? If we work with him rashly, we will definitely be dragged into the water. Let's endure it for now. When we enter the battle master, there will be plenty of opportunities to settle the score with Emma Wushin and the others," Pei Sanshur said with a trace of murderous intent in his eyes. Hearing this, Lu Yunfeng frowned but did not say anything. After all, Pei Sanshur's concerns were not without reason. "Oh no!" Lu Yufeng and Pei Sanshi are flying towards us. They must be here to kill us. In the sky, when the 15 people saw Lu Yufeng and Pei Sanshi, their expressions changed. They stopped in unison and glanced at the forest below from the corner of their eyes. Who knew if that mysterious expert would help them again? Whoosh! Lu Yufeng and Pei Sanshi stopped in front of the 15 people. Pei Sanshi said in a deep voice, Mo Wuxian and the others asked us to kill you. If you don't want to die, leave immediately. Senior Brother Pei, Senior Brother Lu, Yuan Wu is Mo Wuxian's lackey. It is reasonable for him to listen to Mo Wuxian's orders. But you are all 9-star combat emperors. Why do you have to listen to them? What right do they have to order you? Senior brothers, wake up. Even if you help them, you will not get any benefits in the end. The 15 of them tried their best to persuade him. The 2 were silent. How could they not know this? But Mo Wuxian and the other 2's strength were in front of them. What could they do? Lu Yufeng sighed deeply and waved his hand. Go quickly. The alchemy fire is not something you can touch. It is not worth it to lose your life. What are you 2 hesitating for? Do it quickly. The strong man's voice sounded from the mountain peak. The 15 people were terrified. Go quickly! Pei Sanshi roared at the 15 people. The 15 people did not dare to hesitate any longer. They turned around and ran for their lives. Pei Sanshi and Pei Sanshi were relieved. It was not that they had a benevolent heart. They did this to win people's hearts and make plans for the future. Because the lowest cultivation level of these 15 people was a 4-star combat emperor. Although they were not as strong as them, they were still the elites of the inner palace. In time, when they broke through to the War Master and called out, these 15 people would definitely submit to them and follow their lead. At that time, they would naturally have the ability to fight against Mo Wuxian and the other 2. This scene was clearly seen by Qin Feiyang and Pei Sanshi, who were hiding in the forest below. Fatso's eyes flashed and he whispered, Boss, these 2 people can be used. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and shook his head. People who can reach this level are not stupid. Suddenly, Lu Yufeng and Pei Sanshi rushed down and flew towards the forest. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang and Fatso quickly retracted their aura and hid in a 2-meter-tall bush. After entering the forest, Lu Yufeng and Pei Sanshi split up and searched the forest. A few breaths passed. Pei Sanshi's gaze suddenly fell on the bush. His eyes flashed. Have we been discovered? Fatso's body tensed up and he did not dare to breathe. But after a while, Pei Sanshi retracted his gaze and looked at Lu Yufeng, who was not far away. I did not find Ma San. Lu Yufeng glanced around and shook his head. I did not find any trace of him either. He should have left. Whoosh! Then, the 2 gathered together. Pei Sanshi whispered in Lu Yunfeng's ear. Immediately, Lu Yunfeng looked meaningfully at the shrubs, then soared into the sky with Pei Sanshi and flew towards the giant peak. They did not discover us even though they are so close? Chapter 523. No! I'm sure that our whereabouts have been exposed. Qin Feiyang followed him out of the bushes, his eyes gleaming. If that's the case, why didn't they make a move? Is it because they don't have the confidence to kill us and don't want to alert the enemy, so they went to ask Mo Wuxian and the other 2 for help? Fatso was surprised. I don't think so. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Fatso frowned, and suddenly his eyes lit up. He said in surprise, Could it be that they are also very dissatisfied with Mo Wuxian and the other 2, so they pretended not to notice us? Qin Feiyang said. You're not stupid. They are actually trying to be friendly with us. Friendly? If that's the case, why didn't they talk to us face to face? Maybe we can cooperate? Fatso was puzzled. Because they don't dare. Mo Wuxian and the other 2 are all battle masters. They don't believe that I can defeat them, so they don't dare to make this bet. However, they don't want to offend me, so they chose to ignore it. Of course, they also have their own plans. When I arrive at the canyon, I will definitely fight with Emowushin and the other two, and they can find an opportunity to snatch the alchemy fire. And if our whereabouts are exposed now, with Emowushin and the other two above us, they won't have the slightest chance. Qin Feiyang said. TSK, TSK, TSK. They are indeed a bunch of cunning old foxes. Fatso was speechless. Yes, these people are not simple. The battle of the 9 states may be a tough battle. I just don't know how the 2 kings of our spiritual state are doing. Qin Feiyang whispered with a trace of worry between his brows. He had interacted with Dong Xingyang before, and he was not a simple character. However, he didn't even know the names of the other 2 kings, so he really couldn't judge. What are you afraid of? With Fat Lord and Brother Wolf helping you, people like Emowushin are a piece of cake. Fatso laughed. Qin Feiyang glanced at him, and couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. That was right. In terms of strength, the white-eyed wolf would definitely surpass everyone else in the future. When it came to scheming, he and Fatso had never been afraid of anyone. What was there to worry about? In an instant, Qin Feiyang's heart calmed down. He raised his head to look at Lu Yufeng and Fatso before continuing to rush forward with Fatso. At the peak of the giant mountain, Lu Yufeng and the other 2 landed in front of Emowushin and the other 2. Slap! Without saying a word, the brawny man stepped forward and slapped Lu Yufeng and Pei Sancher. The 2 of them touched their burning faces, and a strong anger rose in their hearts as they glared at the burly man. I told you to kill them, but you let them go on your own accord. Now you even dare to glare at me. Do you want to die? Do you want me to fulfill your wish now? The brawny man roared angrily, his body full of hostility. Lu Yufeng suppressed the anger in his heart and said, Senior Brother Yen, we are all fellow disciples of the same sect. Why do you have to kill us all? Bullshit! How can trash like them be worthy of being our fellow disciples? Not to mention them, even the 2 of you are only worthy of being a dog by our side. What is it? You're not convinced? The brawny man spoke viciously as he stared at the 2 of them with a face full of ridicule and disdain. I don't dare. Lu Yufeng and Pei Sancher lowered their heads, but their hearts were already filled with anger. The young woman glanced at the 2 of them, her eyes flashing slightly as she smiled and said, Lu Yufeng, Pei Sancher, did you secretly let those 15 people go because you wanted to make plans for the future? As soon as these words were spoken, Emowushin and the brawny man's gazes immediately darkened. Lu Yufeng and Pei Sancher's pupils also constricted, and a trace of panic crawled up their faces. Fortunately, he had his head lowered and was not discovered by the 3 of them. Senior Sister Pan, we definitely don't have such thoughts. We just don't want to kill the innocent. Senior Sister Pan, Senior Brother Mo, Senior Brother Yen, please take a look. The 2 of them hurriedly said. Is that so? The young woman looked at the 2 of them playfully. Lu Yufeng said, We are speaking the truth. Heaven and earth can testify. Don't think that we will believe you just because you say so. However, it doesn't matter even if you are planning for the future. After all, ants will always be ants. Even if we give you a chance, you won't be able to do anything. Speak, did you find Ma-san? Emowushin said indifferently, his expression full of contempt. No. Maybe because he saw us go, he slipped away. Lu Yufeng and Pei Sancher said. So that's all there is to it. The brawny man smiled disdainfully as he looked at Emowushin and said, Right now, killing Ma-san is secondary. The main thing is to think of a way to kill that beast first. The young woman also nodded. Emowushin pondered for a moment and nodded. All right, let's kill it first. However, when we fight with it, we must be careful of Ma-san's sneak attack. I'm sure he won't give up just like that. The brawny man said. I think you're overthinking it. Emowushin raised his eyebrows. Don't misunderstand, I don't mean to offend you. I just want to say that Ma-san hasn't reached the battle sect yet. He won't dare to sneak attack us. Because without us, he won't be able to kill that beast, let alone get the alchemy fire. So when we're fighting with that beast, we can completely ignore him. Only when the battle is over, we have to be careful of his sneak attack. The brawny man spoke with assurance. His rough face was brimming with confidence. Emotion thought carefully and nodded. That makes sense. All right, prepare for the team battle immediately. The young woman looked at Emotion and said, You make the arrangements. All right. Later the three of us will restrain it from the front. Lu Yufeng, Pei Sanshi, the two of you will lead the 8-star combat emperors and 7-star combat emperors to assist from the side. Before the battle, I will give you enough supreme-grade pills. Don't be stingy. Once you're injured, take it immediately. As for those below 6-star combat emperors, they're just cannon fodder. They won't be of much use in the battle. Just let them monitor the surroundings. If you find Ma San's whereabouts, send out a signal immediately. Emotion said. The brawny man, the young woman, Lu Yufeng, and Pei Sanshi nodded with a dignified expression. Pei Sanshi shouted, 8-star combat emperors, 7-star combat emperors, gather here immediately. The rest of you, stay where you are. Whoosh! Immediately, 10 figures flew towards the giant peak. In the forest below, Qin Feiyang stopped and looked at the peak of the mountain in surprise. It seems that Emotion and the others are there. But why did they ask the 8-star combat emperors and 7-star combat emperors to gather? Fatso's face was full of suspicion. Suddenly his expression changed and he said in surprise, Could it be that they're here to encircle and annihilate us? Is that so? Qin Feiyang frowned. His eyes suddenly lit up and he said, They should be preparing to kill the beast in the canyon. Don't dawdle, let's go to the canyon quickly. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, he rolled up Fatso and used the phantom steps to speed through the forest. Without the 7-star combat emperors and 8-star combat emperors, he didn't hold back his speed. Because those 6-star combat emperors couldn't detect him at all. Dozens of breaths passed. Qin Feiyang finally saw the canyon. The canyon was very big, occupying half a mile. Behind it and on its left and right sides were giant peaks that reached the clouds. The entrance in front was quite wide and was covered with weeds and shrubs. But because it was too low, they couldn't see the situation inside. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang took Fatso to the back of the canyon and flew silently to the peak of the mountain. They lay down in the weeds at the edge of the cliff and looked down. Immediately, their pupils shrank. At the bottom of the canyon, there was a giant creature. Its body was 50 to 60 meters long, and its whole body was as red as fire. Its 2 eyes were bigger than millstones and looked as if they were made of molten lava. They were emitting a terrifying and ominous light. Ju, it's actually a fire dragon. Looking at the gigantic creature, the fatty stuttered, his eyes filled with fear. A fire dragon was a flood dragon. According to legend, once a flood dragon became a god and passed the divine tribulation, it would become a real divine dragon. It would soar beyond the 9 heavens and have the power to destroy the world. Although the fire dragon in front of them hadn't reached the legendary realm, its aura was like a vast ocean that couldn't be seen through. Boss, are you sure we want to fight with it? Fatso's face was pale and he was trembling. Qin Feiyang said, It's not us who want to fight with it, it's Emotion and the others. We just need to watch the show. To be honest, he didn't want to fight with the fire dragon. Because judging from its aura, this guy's cultivation was not inferior to the Lu family's ancestor. One had to know that old monster Lu was a 2-star combat ancestor. This beast's cultivation was very likely to be a 3-star combat ancestor or even a 4-star combat ancestor. Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, the fatty also let out a heartfelt sigh of relief. He then asked, Then where is the pill fire? Qin Feiyang scanned the fire flood dragon's surroundings, and a suspicious look gradually crept onto his face. There was no sign of the alchemy fire near the fire dragon. There was also no iron box or anything like that. Could it be somewhere else? His gaze shifted away again. But in the end, he searched more than half of the canyon, including the cliffs on both sides, but there was no sign of the alchemy fire. Strange? Qin Feiyang frowned. If Emma Wushin and the others could find the alchemy fire, it meant that the alchemy fire wasn't hidden very well. But why couldn't they find it? Whoosh! At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Qin Feiyang looked up and saw more than 10 figures rushing out from the peak of the giant mountain. They then rushed towards the canyon. Qin Feiyang looked at them one by one. There were a total of 15 people. The leaders were Emma Wushin and the other two. Next were Lu Yunfeng, Pei Sanshi, and the woman in the black dress. The last 9 people were all 7-star combat emperors. Fatso scanned the 15 people and asked, "Who is Emma Wushin?" Half a year ago, when Emma Wushin went to the valley to kill Qin Feiyang, Fatso was at the ancient castle, so he didn't know what Emma Wushin looked like. Qin Feiyang said, "It's the white-haired young man who is leading them." Fatso looked and said in surprise, "He is also an alchemist?" Emma Wushin was wearing a long white robe. Coupled with his long white hair, there was an invisible air of transcendence. "His mental strength is probably not low," Qin Feiyang whispered. The personal disciple of the Yun State Prefecture Master, the #1 person in the inner hall, how could he be a simple person? "No matter how strong his mental strength is, can it be compared to yours?" Fatso laughed. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. He said in a low voice, "Don't talk. It looks like they are going to attack soon." Chapter 524. Emma Wushin and the rest of the 15 quickly arrived above the canyon. 3 great kings, 2 9-star combat emperors, 1 8-star combat emperor, and 9 7-star combat emperors. However, when they looked at the fire dragon in the canyon, their faces were heavy. Suddenly, the 15 of them raised their eyebrows and scanned the canyon in bewilderment. "Where's the pill fire? Where did you hide the pill fire?" Finally, the 15 of them looked at the fire dragon in unison, their faces full of anger. "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang and the other 2 were bewildered. Swish! At the same time, the fire dragon also raised its head and looked at Emma Wushin and the others, its huge eyes filled with a shocking murderous light. "Speak quickly! Otherwise I'll peel off your skin, pull out your tendons, chop you into pieces, and throw you into a frying pan," the brawny man said sternly. "Puny human, do you have the ability? There's no harm in this emperor telling you. The pill fire is now in this emperor's body. If you have the ability, come and take it." The fire dragon glanced at the 15 of them, its eyes full of contempt. "What?" Everyone's expression changed. "You actually swallowed the pill fire, damn evil creature, spit it out!" Emma Wushin was furious. As an alchemist, other than the pill formula, what was more important than the pill fire? So this time, he was determined to get the pill fire. "You've entered this emperor's stomach, and you want this emperor to spit it out? Are you joking?" The fire dragon looked at Emma Wushin mockingly. One man and one beast confronted each other, and the atmosphere gradually froze. At this time, Fatso retracted his gaze, turned to look at Qin Feiyang, and asked suspiciously, "Boss, why did the fire dragon swallow the pill fire?" Qin Feiyang thought for a moment, and said in a low voice, "It is said that the fire dragon is born with the ability to control flames, and the energy of the pill fire is of great help to its cultivation." Fatty said, "Then doesn't that mean we have to kill it to get the alchemy fire?" Qin Feiyang nodded. This fire dragon was also smart, it actually swallowed it directly into its stomach. In this way, whether it was Emma Wushin or them, the difficulty of snatching it would undoubtedly increase. "What are you waiting for? Let's kill it!" the brawny man said sharply. "Yes." The young woman nodded and said, "After we kill it, we can cut open its stomach and take it out." Hearing this, Emma Wushin's eyes were filled with killing intent as he shouted, "Attack!" The auras of the 3 martial emperors exploded like volcanoes. Myriad manifestations of ice. The young woman stretched out a slender finger and pointed it in the air. Immediately, streaks of frost gushed out from her fingertip. Following closely, The ice and frost flowed upwards like a waterfall and gathered above the young woman's head, forming a huge vortex. Woo woo! The cold wind howled. Cold air spread out in all directions, covering the sky and covering the earth. It was as if winter had arrived in this world, and the cold air was piercing to the bone. 7 killing formula! In the meantime, Emotion's body was also shrouded in blood energy. His entire aura changed drastically. If it was said that he was an otherworldly god before, then he was now a demon bathed in blood. Heaven wind technique! Meanwhile, the brawny man roared, and a yellow battle chi gushed out from his body. At this moment, he looked more burly and stronger than before. His bulging muscles were filled with explosive power. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The three of them activated their battle arts, and the terrifying aura shook the void and the earth. Their strength is not simple. Looking at Emotion and the other two, Fatso's pupils constricted, and he was full of fear. No matter how strong they are no match for the fire dragon. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He had been paying attention to the fire dragon. In fact, the fire dragon could have taken the initiative to stop the three of them from using their battle arts. But the fire dragon only looked at the three of them, and did not make any moves. Its eyes were still full of contempt. This was enough to show that it was full of confidence. Are you done? If you are, hurry up and don't delay my sleep. As expected, the fire dragon did not put Emotion and the others in its eyes. In the face of such naked contempt, Emotion and the other two could not help but grit their teeth. Heaven wind technique, battle armor! The brawny man dived and took the lead to launch a strong attack. The battle chi around his body also condensed into a set of yellow armor that covered his entire body. Although the armor was formed by battle chi, it was thick and sturdy, as if it was made of divine iron. No matter how thick your skin is, it can't resist my tail. The fire dragon looked at the brawny man with contempt, and raised its huge tail to slap the brawny man. Don't be arrogant! The brawny man frowned and threw a punch at the huge tail. Boom! When the two met, the mountains and rivers changed color. The terrifying fluctuations of the battle were like a torrent of beasts, destroying everything in all directions. The huge canyon was razed to the ground in an instant. Qin Feiyang also brought Fatso and hid in the ancient castle. There was a trace of fear in their eyes. The battle between battle masters could easily destroy mountains and rivers. It was too terrifying, and they could not get too close. Outside, billowing dust and smoke covered the sky and earth. In the dust and smoke, the brawny man's fist and the fire dragon's huge tail collided tightly, and they were in a stalemate. But the stalemate did not last long. About 3 breaths. Poof! The brawny man's face suddenly turned pale. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. His fist was torn open. Crack! The armor on his body also began to shatter. With just this bit of strength, you dare to challenge this emperor? Aren't you courting death? You should have realized that I didn't kill you last time. Unfortunately, you are too ignorant. You still want the alchemy fire. Do you have the ability to do so? Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish today. The fire dragon smiled disdainfully and raised its thick tail. With an ear-piercing whistling sound, it slapped the brawny man again. At this moment, the void was distorted and deformed. One could imagine how shocking the strength was. Humph! I was only testing your strength last time. Now I'll let you see my true strength. Heaven wind technique, battle shield! The brawny man's hair fluttered in anger. Khaki battle chi emerged and the broken armor was instantly repaired. At the same time, a 2-meter-tall battle shield was condensed in front of him. It emitted a heavy aura. The brawny man grabbed the battle shield and did not advance. Instead, he retreated and collided with the giant tail again. Clang! The giant tail hit the battle shield and an earth-shattering sound tore the brawny man's eardrums on the spot. 2 arrows of blood shot out. At the same time, the brawny man's body suddenly sank. Not only were his internal organs injured, the muscles on his arms were also torn. Cracks also appeared on the battle shield. Roar! Seeing that the battle shield was about to shatter, the brawny man bared his teeth and let out a beast-like roar. The khaki battle-chi broke out of his body like a tide and rushed toward the battle shield. Immediately, the battle shield began to repair bit by bit. The brawny man also stabilized his sinking body. Although he was seriously injured, he still blocked the power of the giant tail. He can't block it for long. Quick! 7 kill cut, blood blade! Seeing this, Amo Wushin's gaze darkened as killing intent surged from his body. In an instant, it condensed into a blood-red blade. Kill! Following his angry roar, the blood-red blade cut through the sky and slashed towards the head of the fire dragon. The killing intent released by the blood blade was incomparably shocking, filling every corner of this world. Ice Sky 1000 Elephants, first move, Ice Elephant's Fury! The young woman also shouted in a low voice. Moo! The roar of a barbarian elephant sounded from the vortex above her head. Immediately after, a giant elephant rushed out from the vortex. Its body was dozens of meters long, like a huge mountain. Its entire body seemed to be condensed from ice, crystal clear. Its ferocious might shocked everyone. The moment the giant elephant appeared, it immediately roared towards the head of the fire dragon. Beast, be destroyed! At the same time, Lu Yufeng and the others also attacked with all their might, evolving all kinds of supreme battle arts, as they charged towards the fire dragon. For a moment, in this place, all kinds of battle chi streaked across the sky. The power of the various battle arts was earth-shattering. The mountains and rivers within a mile of land collapsed one after another, as if doomsday had arrived. The fierce beasts in this area ushered in a devastating disaster. And those who were hiding in the distance, such as Hijio, who wanted to fish in troubled waters, all changed color when they saw this situation. They turned around and fled for their lives. A group of ants want to overturn the sky. The fire dragon glanced at those battle arts with disdain in its eyes. The next moment, the giant tail that was pressing down on the shield suddenly rose up and swept towards the battle arts. Don't even think about it! But at the same time, the brawny man roared, the shield in his hand instantly dissipated, and then he stretched out his hands and firmly hugged the giant tail. However, the power of the fire dragon was too terrifying. He couldn't hold the giant tail at all. But he didn't panic. There was even a confident smile on his face. Now I'll let you see the true power of the Heaven Dipper technique. Heaven Dipper technique, petrification. After that, the brawny man's khaki battle chi poured out of his chi and rushed towards the fire flood dragon's huge tail as fast as a sudden clap of thunder. Immediately, an amazing scene appeared. The battle chi lingered on the fire dragon's giant tail and quickly solidified into stone. In the blink of an eye, the fire dragon's giant tail was completely petrified. And this petrification was still spreading to the fire dragon's body. It was very fast. At this moment, a trace of panic finally crept into the fire dragon's eyes. The blood in its body surged, and the battle chi surged wildly. Crack! Following a series of deafening screeches, the rocks covering its body began to crack open like a spiderweb. It turned out to be just this. Immediately, the fire dragon's eyes were full of disdain. It was ready to shatter all the stones covering its body in one go. Is that so? But the brawny man sneered. As the khaki battle chi continued to pour in, those cracks quickly healed. And half of the fire dragon's body had been petrified. Damn human, what did you do to me? The fire dragon roared. This is the ultimate mystery of the Heaven Dipper technique. Whether it's a beast or a human, they can all be petrified. Although it can't completely petrify your body, with this layer of stone armor covering you, it's difficult for you to move. The brawny man sneered. Swish! At this time, in a broken deep ditch below, two figures appeared out of thin air. It was Qin Feiyang and Fatso. The two also heard the brawny man's voice and curiously wanted to come out to take a look. Chapter 525. The fire dragon was really petrified. This burly man's heaven dipper art was too terrifying. Fatso's eyes flashed, and he whispered, "Boss, this is a good opportunity." The fire dragon was petrified and was already at the end of its tether. As long as they seized the opportunity, it would be easy to obtain the pill fire. However, hearing Fatso's words, Qin Feiyang shook his head. "What's wrong?" Fatso was puzzled. Qin Feiyang said, "The fire dragon is not so easy to deal with. Let's retreat a little further and wait for an opportunity to move." "En?" Fatso was surprised. In such a situation, could the fire dragon turn the tables? However, the fatty didn't raise any questions. He followed Qin Feiyang and silently retreated into the distance. High up in the sky, the terrifying aura shook the clouds. Emma Wuxian, the young woman, Lu Yufeng and the rest's battle arts fell rapidly like meteors, exuding the power of destruction. Looking at the fire dragon again, other than its head, its entire body had been petrified. After 3 breaths, even its head was petrified. It was originally a living creature, but now it had turned into a stone statue. It was also at this moment Emma Wuxian shouted to the burly man, "Old Yen, get out of the way!" Because the battle arts had already arrived. If the burly man did not leave, he would definitely be affected. Whoosh! The burly man looked up at the battle arts and his pupils suddenly constricted. He did not dare to hesitate and let go of the fire dragon's huge tail and quickly retreated. Boom! Just as the burly man left, Emma Wuxian and the rest's battle arts drowned the fire dragon. Immediately, the rumbling sound was deafening. Roar! At the same time, a painful wail resounded through the sky. Following closely, the fire dragon's huge body was accompanied by a loud bang and smashed into the ground below. Whoosh! The burly man soared into the sky and landed beside Emma Wuxian and the young woman. He sneered. "So it's only SOSO." The young woman smiled and said, "It's all thanks to you." Emma Wuxian nodded. If the burly man had not petrified the fire dragon, their battle arts would not have been able to hit it. "Ha ha!" The burly man could not help but laugh proudly. "Look at how proud you are!" The young woman rolled her eyes at him. With a wave of her jade-like hand, a gale suddenly rose between heaven and earth, blowing away the dust and smoke below. Immediately, a huge sinkhole entered everyone's line of sight. The fire flood dragon was lying in the sinkhole. The stone armor on his body had already been shattered, and his entire body was riddled with wounds. Blood flowed incessantly and dyed the surrounding ground red. The muscular man glanced at the fire dragon, then turned to Emma Wuxian and said, "The fire dragon has been dealt with. Don't forget your promise to us. Don't worry, I will definitely help you refine pills for 3 years for free." Emma Wuxian said as a rare bright smile appeared on his cold face. "So they've already reached an agreement." Lu Yufeng and Pei Sancher looked at each other, and a cold light flashed in the depths of their eyes. Emma Wuxian seemed to have sensed something as he turned his head to look at Lu Yufeng and the other two. The smile on his face instantly disappeared. Both of them felt a chill in their hearts. Could it be that Emma Wuxian sensed it? Just when the two of them were in a panic, Emma Wuxian finally looked away. He glanced at the woman in black dress and the others and said lightly, "You stay here and pay attention to Ma San's movements." "All right." The woman in black dress and the others replied. Lu Yufeng and the other two quickly nodded, but their hearts were filled with helplessness. It seemed that they had no fate with the alchemy fire. Immediately after, Emma Wuxian, the young woman, and the muscular man swooped down and flew towards the fire dragon. The young woman suddenly said, "I feel that we can't keep Lu Yufeng and Pei Sancher alive." "En?" Emma Wuxian and the muscular man looked at her in surprise. The young woman said, "I heard that the two of them are about to break through. Once they break through, they will be the biggest threat to us." The muscular man said, "I also heard about it." Emma Wuxian's eyes flashed and said, "They are indeed a threat, but we can't kill them." "Why?" The two of them were puzzled. Emma Wuxian said, "Their talents are very high. Although they didn't receive Master's favor, the Grand Hall Master likes them very much. Unlike the other disciples, it doesn't matter if they are killed. The two of them nodded. What he said was not without reason. After all, there were too many people now. If they really killed Lu Yufeng and Pei Sanshi, when the news reached the ears of the Grand Hall Master, the Grand Hall Master would definitely seek an explanation from the palace chief. Although the palace chief might not punish them severely, his attitude towards them would definitely change. The muscular man's eyes suddenly lit up as he said in a low voice, "Why don't we use Ma-san to get rid of them?" Although I haven't interacted much with Ma-san, from the past few situations, his mind is even more flexible than Lu Yufeng and Pei Sanshi. It's basically impossible to use him. Actually, you don't need to be in such a hurry to get rid of Lu Yufeng and Pei Sanshi. So what if they step into the War Master? They only have 2 people, but we have 3. Furthermore, we are all veteran War Masters. Why would we be afraid of these 2 newly advanced War Masters? Moreover, aren't we about to break through? When we break through to the 2-star War Master, these 2 trash will be even less of a concern. Emma Wushin said in disdain. That makes sense. The 2 of them nodded and dispelled this thought. While they were talking, the 3 of them entered the deep pit and landed in front of the fire dragon. At the same time, Qin Feiyang and Pei Sanshi were lying in a patch of grass in the distance. Seeing this, Fatso immediately became anxious and said in a low voice, "Boss, why aren't you making a move?" "Don't worry," Qin Feiyang whispered, his gaze extremely calm. He did not believe that the fire dragon would be defeated so easily. The reason was that the fire dragon had yet to activate its battle soul. If it was said that the fire dragon did not have a battle soul, he would definitely not believe it. Because the fire dragon was already considered a top-notch beast that stood at the peak of the pyramid. This kind of beast's talent was not inferior to human geniuses. Activating the battle soul was a sure thing. And even if it was petrified before, the fire dragon did not reveal its battle soul. This meant that it was completely confident in its own defense and strength. Most importantly, according to historical records, the defense of a beast like the flood dragon was even more terrifying than the black stone ape. As expected, just as Emma Wushin and the other 2 were about to completely end the fire dragon's life, the dying fire dragon suddenly raised its huge tail and swept it towards the 3 of them. This unforeseen event came too suddenly. Emma Wushin and the other 2 were completely caught off guard. Bang, bang, bang. Ah! Accompanied by 3 painful screams, the 3 of them were sent flying on the spot. Blood spurted out from their mouths and countless bones in their bodies were broken. How is this possible? There's actually such a strong power? The 3 of their pupils constricted, filled with disbelief. At the same time, Lu Yufeng and the others above also changed their expressions. After suffering such a serious blow, it was still able to counterattack. Wasn't this beast's skin too thick? Boom! An astonishing ferocious aura roared out from the fire dragon's body. The next moment, its huge body rose with flames that were dozens of feet high as it flew out of the deep pit. It glanced at Emma Wushin and the other 2 with extreme contempt in its eyes. Just you little ants want to kill this emperor? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Next, prepare to tremble. The fire dragon soared into the sky. Its bloody giant tail was like a long whip that could destroy the world as it swept towards Lu Yufeng and the others. The wind was ear-piercing. Not good! Lu Yufeng and the others' expressions changed as they turned around and fled without hesitation. But one had to know. The fire dragon was a super fierce beast of the War Master level, and they were only War Emperor. The difference in speed between the 2 was like heaven and earth. How could they possibly escape? The 9 7-star War Emperor were the first to be killed by the giant tail. There was no suspense. Under the crushing pressure of the giant tail, their bodies were like withered trees that couldn't withstand a single blow. For a moment, high up in the sky, flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Broken corpses and broken arms shot everywhere. Mournful screams resounded through the sky. Damn it, why is it still so strong? Lu Yunfeng, Pei Sanshi, and the black-dressed woman were so scared that their souls almost left their bodies when they saw this scene. They ran away without holding back. However, not only was he unable to pull away from the fire dragon, he was even getting closer and closer. At this moment, Emma Wuxian and the other two finally stabilized their bodies. Looking at the scene above them, their eyes were extremely gloomy. The brawny man asked, "To save or not to save?" "Of course we have to. The fire dragon is too strong. If they are all killed, we will have no hope of snatching the pill fire," Emma Wuxian said in a deep voice. "Then let's do it," the young woman said. The cold air broke out of her body and condensed a giant vortex above her head. Emma Wuxian's entire body was also surrounded by killing intent. "I'll go first," the brawny man shouted in a low voice and turned into a stream of light, shooting towards the sky. The armor on his body and the shield in his hand also appeared once again. "Bastard, give me your life!" As he approached the fire dragon, he roared towards the sky and rushed forward. But the strange thing was that he didn't rush towards the fire dragon. Instead, he rushed into the clouds. Did he fail? Fatso, who was in the distance, was stunned. "That won't happen." Qin Feiyang shook his head. How could an expert who had reached the level of War Master fail? It was very likely that this person was preparing some big killing move. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, clang! A thunderous sound suddenly exploded between heaven and earth. "Heavenly Dipper Battle Sword, slash!" Next, the brawny man let out an angry roar as his battle chi surged out like a wave. In an instant, it condensed into a huge yellow sword. The huge sword was dozens of meters long. It was like a heaven-splitting divine sword that lay horizontally above the 9 heavens. Its entire body was shining brightly, emitting a thick aura. The moment the huge sword appeared, without the slightest delay, it immediately slashed towards the fire dragon. Streaks of apocalyptic light swept across the sky. Boom! Puff! The huge sword whistled and slashed onto the fire dragon's huge tail. A half-meter deep wound actually appeared on the fire dragon's huge tail. Blood flowed like a waterfall, dyeing the void red. Aoo! Immediately, the fire dragon wailed in pain. But at the same time, it opened its wide mouth and a surge of battle chi surged out. Like a torrent of beasts, it collided with the huge sword. Clang! The huge sword shattered on the spot. The brawny man's 8 feet tall body also trembled violently. Blood spurted from his mouth, and his face was as pale as paper. "Lowly human, you actually dare to hurt this emperor. Die!" When the fire dragon saw the wound on its huge tail, it immediately became ferocious. Chapter 526. Bastard, go to hell! But at this moment, Emma Wuxian and the young woman roared at the same time. Above Emma Wuxian's head, there were 7 blood-red blades floating. Each blood blade was dozens of feet long. Blood light shot out in all directions, dyeing the sky red. The whirlpool above the young woman's head was even more astonishing. An ice phoenix actually soared out. It flapped its 2 huge wings and circled above the young woman's head. Its entire body was crystal clear, like a beautiful ice sculpture, and cold air surged around its body. A sharp cry resounded through the sky. In the blink of an eye, as Emma Wuxian and the young woman's voice fell, the 7 blood blades and the ice phoenix whizzed towards the fire dragon. The destructive aura was earth-shattering, and the land within a few miles was affected. The mountains and rivers collapsed, the rivers flowed backwards, and the fierce beasts roared in despair. It was like the scene before the end of the world. "You insignificant ants, you dare to offend this emperor's divine might again and again. Today, this emperor will swallow all of you alive!" The fire dragon's anger overflowed. It completely ignored the blood blades and the ice phoenix. Its huge head swooped down and swallowed the brawny man into its stomach. Lu Yufeng, Pei Sanshi, and the black-dressed woman originally wanted to help Emma Wuxian and the other 2 kill the fire dragon. But when they saw this scene, They were scared witless and ran away without looking back. A war master was actually swallowed alive just like that. It was too terrifying. Was there still a need to continue fighting? The brawny man was swallowed alive, and Lu Yufeng and the other two actually escaped. This made Mo Wuxian and the young woman extremely angry. One had to know. If it wasn't for saving these three people, the brawny man could have just left. Why would he have sacrificed his own life? But these three pieces of shit actually ran away just like that. It was simply unforgivable. But now, it was obviously not the time to settle the score with these three people. The two of them stared at Blood Blade and Ice Phoenix. Whether or not they could kill the fire dragon depended on now. After the fire dragon swallowed the brawny man, it didn't dare to hesitate. It hurriedly moved its huge body, wanting to avoid the Blood Blades and Ice Phoenix. But it was still a step too late. Mo Wuxian's 7 Blood Blades, in an instant, all slashed towards its huge tail. Moreover, he had calculated in advance and slashed at the wound. Previously, the burly man's sword had caused a half-meter deep wound. Now that all 7 blood blades had landed, coupled with Mo Wuxian's battle strength, which was already stronger than the burly man, the Fire Jiao Dragon's huge tail was completely severed by the blood blades. Roar! The Fire Jiao immediately howled miserably. That half of the giant tail fell, smashing a deep hole in the broken ground. Blood poured down like a waterfall, dyeing the void and the earth red. At the same time, the Ice Phoenix was like a meteor as it collided with the Fire Flood Dragon's head. The Ice Phoenix instantly shattered, turning into ice and frost that filled the world. The Fire Flood Dragon's head was also bleeding, and half of its body was sent flying. Its tail had been chopped off, and its head had been shattered. To it, this was undoubtedly one disaster after another. Now! Don't let it escape! Mo Wuxian shouted. The young woman nodded. Her delicate body trembled slightly, and a snowflake appeared behind her. That snowflake was the size of a palm. It was completely white and flawless, like a peerless piece of precious jade that had been meticulously carved. At the same time, there was also a small sword behind Mo Wuxian's back that rose into the air. The small sword was only the length of a finger. It was completely blood-red, as if it had just been soaked in blood. A bloody light flashed, and a shocking murderous intent rushed out. Seeing this, Fatso asked in surprise, "Is this a fighting soul? If it's not a fighting soul, what else can it be?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. However, these two people's fighting souls seemed to be very unusual. "Bastard, today is the day you die!" Once the fighting souls appeared, Mo Wuxian and the young woman roared. The palm-sized snowflake and the small blood-red sword immediately turned into a flash of light. In the blink of an eye, they actually appeared in front of the Fire Flood Dragon. What a fast speed! Qin Feiyang's pupils contracted. If it were him, even with the phantom steps, he did not have the confidence to dodge it. It seemed that the Fire Flood Dragon had really reached the end of its road. However, to his surprise, the Fire Wyrm didn't dodge. That pair of eyes that were bigger than a millstone flashed with an intense murderous light. "Ants, you have completely infuriated this emperor. This emperor will not only swallow you alive today, but also kill all the humans in this mountain range." It roared towards the sky, its huge body towering in the sky. There was actually a dragon's aura that rushed out from its body. And this dragon's aura was very strong. It was as if a real dragon had appeared. Qin Feiyang and Fatso, who were far away, could not help but feel flustered. "Impossible! The Fire Flood Dragon has yet to transform into a dragon. It is impossible for it to have such a strong dragon's aura," Qin Feiyang muttered. There must be another mystery in this. It was as he had expected. He saw that a scale actually emerged from the back of the Flood Dragon. That scale was the size of a millstone. The entire body seemed to be cast from magma, spewing out flames. Fatso's eyes widened as he asked in surprise, "Boss, what is that?" "Dragon scale!" Qin Feiyang paused after every word, his eyes shining brightly. "What? It's actually a dragon scale? Could it be that in this world, the real dragon is not a legend, but a real existence? Fatso was dumbfounded. I don't know if there is a real dragon in this world. But this dragon scale is not a real dragon scale, it's its fighting soul. Qin Feiyang said. Fighting soul? Fatso was slightly stunned. Dragon scale fighting soul, this guy is amazing. While the two were talking, the confrontation in the sky had already begun. As soon as the millstone-sized dragon scale appeared, it was placed in front of the fire dragon like a shield. Following closely, that snowflake and blood-colored sword suddenly blasted on the dragon's scale. Clang! Immediately, sparks flew everywhere. The loud sound was deafening. The snowflake and blood-colored sword shattered on the spot. Cracks also appeared on the dragon's scale from the impact. Obviously, the fire dragon's fighting soul was stronger. Ants, accept this emperor's anger. The fire dragon's ferocious nature was completely exposed. The broken dragon scale cut through the sky, carrying an astonishing sharpness, and charged towards Mo Wuxian and Qin Feiyang. Their expressions changed. This fire dragon was too ridiculously strong. Up until now, they had already used all their skills and there was really no other way. But if they gave up now, wouldn't the burly man's sacrifice be in vain? Wouldn't their previous efforts be in vain? But if they continued, they would most likely follow in the burly man's footsteps. After struggling for a moment, between their lives and the alchemy fire, they resolutely chose their lives. Roar! However, just as they were about to escape, the fire dragon suddenly wailed, its eyes filled with pupils. And that dragon scale fighting soul instantly disappeared without a trace. What's the situation? This sudden change not only stunned Mo Wuxian and Qin Feiyang, but also Qin Feiyang and Fatso. Why did she suddenly scream out of nowhere? But very soon, they understood the reason. The fire dragon that was constantly wailing suddenly opened its mouth wide, and a burly man wrapped in armor rushed out from inside. It's him. Seeing this person, Mo Wuxian and the young woman were immediately overjoyed. This person was none other than the burly man who was swallowed alive by the fire dragon. He didn't die? Fatso was dumbfounded and found it unbelievable. Qin Feiyang said, Actually, this is nothing. Fatso's expression froze. You were swallowed alive and still managed to escape. This is nothing? Back in Iron Bull Town, when I met Wolf King for the first time, I was chased by someone and jumped off a cliff, falling into a river. At that time, I was also swallowed alive by a water beast. Later on, the white-eyed wolf and I also walked out alive. Qin Feiyang said. There's such a thing? Fatso was stunned. How did you guys do it? Actually, being swallowed alive isn't scary. What's really scary is entering the stomach of a beast. The acid in the stomach of a beast can quickly dissolve a person's body. Therefore, as long as you don't enter the stomach, your life won't be in danger. At that time, the white-eyed wolf and I were swallowed alive by the water beast. The first thing I did was grab the flesh at the throat of the water beast and stabilize my body. Luckily, I was able to escape. Qin Feiyang said. So that's how it is. Fatso suddenly realized. It seemed that the burly man and Qin Feiyang's situation were similar. Looking at the burly man again. After escaping, he didn't hide. Standing above the fire dragon, he sneered. Beast, you didn't expect that I would be able to walk out of your body alive. Whoosh! Mo Wuxian and the young woman immediately rushed to meet up with the burly man. Seeing this, the fire dragon's pupils constricted as a trace of fear crept into his eyes. What? Want to escape? But you're seriously injured now. Can you escape? Although the three of us are also seriously injured, we have the best quality pills. How can you fight with us? The burly man's eyes were filled with ridicule. He took out a best quality healing pill and shook it in front of the fire dragon before throwing it into his mouth. At the same time, Mo Wuxian and the young woman also took a healing pill and a bone replenishing pill respectively. The wounds on their bodies immediately healed. Even if you have the pills, you're just ants. Looking at the three of them, the fire dragon was still arrogant, and his eyes were filled with disdain. Boom! After saying this, the dragon scale fighting soul appeared again and rushed towards the three of them. Its terrifying aura shook the heavens and the earth. Go all out and kill it, the burly man said. Mo Wushan and the young woman nodded. Boom! The three fighting souls appeared at the same time. The burly man's fighting soul was actually a palm-sized mountain peak. It was yellow in color and at first glance, it looked like an ordinary stone. But its aura was extremely strong, and it exuded a heavy aura. Die! The three of them roared. The blood-red sword, snowflakes, and mountain peak all rushed towards the dragon's scale. At this moment, the fire dragon, who was still aggressive, suddenly turned around and began to escape. Its speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was hundreds of meters away. Damn it! Seeing this, Mo Wushan and the other two were furious and were about to chase after it. But at this moment, their three fighting souls collided with the dragon's scale fighting soul. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion, a destructive shockwave appeared and spread out in all directions. The three of them were the first to bear the brunt. Damn it! Don't force your way in. Retreat first. Mo Wushan shouted and decisively retreated. This was because this wave of qi was enough to seriously injure them. Although they had taken the healing pill, their injuries had only recovered a little. If they were seriously injured by the qi wave, it would be equivalent to adding injuries to their injuries. At that time, they would most likely be killed by the fire dragon. Chapter 527. Damn it, damn it! It actually escaped. The brawny man was so angry that he stomped his feet. Mo Wushan and the young woman also looked in the direction where the fire dragon disappeared with gloomy eyes. The young woman said, "We can't give up like this. Let's chase. Because if they don't chase now, they won't have a chance in the future." Mo Wushan and the brawny man also knew this truth. Whoosh! Without hesitation, the three of them cut through the sky and rushed in the direction where the fire dragon escaped. What should we do? In the distance, Lu Yunfeng looked at Mo Wushan and the other two and asked Pei Sanshi and the black-dressed woman. Nonsense, of course we have to chase. The black-dressed woman glared at him and quickly followed. Bootlicker! Lu Yunfeng sneered and looked at Pei Sanshi. We'd better not go. Just now, Yen Tianfeng was swallowed alive by the fire dragon. Our escape has already caused Mo Wushan and Pan Wuyen's dissatisfaction. If we follow them now, they will definitely make things difficult for us. They might even try to kill us. So the most important thing now is not to chase after the fire dragon, but to leave the Spirit Cloud Mountain range and not give them the slightest chance to kill us. After pondering for a while, Pei Sanshi said. Lu Yunfeng nodded. With the character of Mo Wushan and the other two, they might really do such a thing. Swish! The two of them opened the portal and left the Spirit Cloud Mountain range. Although the fourth-grade pill fire had a fatal temptation, if they lost their lives, it would be useless even if they got it. But as long as they were alive, there would be opportunities in the future. In the distant void, there were still many people. They were basically 6-star and 5-star combat emperors. At this moment, they also opened the portal and chose to leave the Spirit Cloud Mountain range. Because the fire dragon was too strong, even the three great kings couldn't take it down. With their strength, running was simply sending themselves to death. Soon, there was no one in the sky. But suddenly, two figures soared into the sky. It was Qin Feiyang and Fatso. Fatso frowned and said, "Boss, why didn't you chase after it immediately?" Qin Feiyang said, "With our speed, we won't be able to catch up." Without a doubt, the fire dragon was definitely a 4-star combat ancestor. Although they all had auxiliary battle arts, the difference in their cultivations was too great. Even though the fire Jiao dragon was seriously injured and couldn't display its full speed, it was still not something they could compare to. If he chased after it immediately, not only would he not be able to catch up to the fire Jiao, he would also be discovered by Mo Wuxian and the other two. Moreover, even if he caught up with the fire Jiao, he might not be able to snatch the pill fire. Therefore, instead of doing something that he had no confidence in, it was better to be an Oriole with peace of mind. He pondered for a moment. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and pulled Wolf King out. What is it? Can't handle it? I knew it. Without me, you guys wouldn't be able to do anything. Wolf King mocked the two of them as soon as he came out. His eyes were filled with ridicule. Go if you have the ability. Fatso grumbled unhappily. Still not convinced? If Brother Wolf had made a move, he would have gotten the elixir fire a long time ago, unlike the two of you who dilly-dallied and achieved nothing. Wolf King was disdainful. Qin Feiyang's face suddenly darkened and he said angrily, Will you die if you don't show off? Quickly use your special skills and track them. See. In the end, I still have to do it. Wolf King smiled proudly and sniffed hard, saying, Follow me closely, I won't wait for you. Whoosh. After saying that, the Wolf King directly used the void escape step, and like a bolt of lightning, he rushed forward explosively. Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly and quickly chased after him with Fatso. Why did a wolf appear out of thin air? And its speed is so fast? There was a giant mountain in the distance. Hijio stood on the top of the mountain, looking at Qin Feiyang, Fatso and Wolf King, his eyes full of surprise. Not only was his behavior strange, but he also had so many amazing means. Was this man still Ma-san? Alas! A moment later, he let out a long sigh, opened a portal and left the Spirit Cloud Mountain. He was smarter than Lu Yufeng and the other two. If Lu Yufeng and the other two could think of it, he could naturally think of it too. If the fire dragon was killed here, he might still have a chance. Because once the fire dragon died, Qin Feiyang and Mo Wuxian would definitely fight, and he could take advantage of the chaos to fish in troubled waters. But now, the fire dragon, the three kings, Qin Feiyang and the others left one after another. With his speed, he wouldn't even have the chance to blow away the dust. If he continued to follow, it would only be a waste of time. So it was better to leave as soon as possible. After all, in this deep mountain, there were fierce beasts stronger than him everywhere. The slightest carelessness would cause him to lose his life. Above a giant mountain, a fiery red stream of light flashed past. It was the fire dragon. Damn human, how dare you hurt this emperor? When this emperor recovers, if I don't kill all of you, I swear I won't be a dragon. Its eyes flashed fiercely as it scanned the front. One could vaguely see a flame on the horizon ahead. As the distance got closer, the flame became more and more obvious. It was a lake. The lake was very big, covering an area of 5 to 6 miles. But the difference was that it wasn't water, but magma. The crimson-red magma was boiling inside, illuminating half the sky. The scorching heat enveloped all directions, and the land within a few miles was like a big furnace, barren. The nearby mountains and rivers were also dark red and extremely hot. One could smell a very unpleasant smell from afar. Whoosh! Behind the fire dragon, Mo Wuxian and the other two chased closely. Moreover, their speed was almost the same as the fire dragon. It was obvious that they had all mastered high-grade auxiliary battle arts. Although high-grade auxiliary battle arts were rare in the 9 prefectures, it wasn't that they didn't exist. For example, Fatso's returning to one was obtained from the martial arts treasury in the inner palace. As for Mo Wuxian and the other two, they were all kings of the inner palace in the Yun prefecture. Mo Wuxian was the direct disciple of the palace master, so it wasn't surprising that he had mastered high-grade auxiliary battle arts. But when the three of them saw the magma lake, their expressions changed. Magma lake! What is it doing here? This magma lake seemed to have an incredible origin. The three of them were filled with fear. Not long later, the fire dragon arrived above the magma lake, turned around to look at Mo Wuxian and the other two, and sneered. Lowly humans, if you have the ability, then follow me in. Finished. It swooped down and plunged into the magma lake, disappearing without a trace. Emotion and the other two quickly arrived at the magma lake. However, they did not approach the lake. Instead, they landed on a nearby mountain peak and looked down at the boiling lake with an extremely ugly expression. "What should we do?" the brawny man asked. "This is the territory of the fire bull. If we make a move here, I'm afraid it will be very disadvantageous to us," the young woman said in a deep voice. At the mention of the fire bull, the three of them felt exceptionally heavy. Previous chapter, next chapter. Boom! But at this time, Emotion's aura suddenly erupted. The brawny man and the young woman both looked at him in surprise. "So what if there is a fire bull? It is only a war master, what are you afraid of?" Emotion laughed coldly. "Don't be rash. If it was only the fire bull, with our strength, we would not be afraid of it. But now, not only is there a fire bull here, there is also that damned fire dragon. If the two of them join hands, even if we can kill them, we will definitely have to sacrifice ourselves. Moreover, our injuries have not healed yet. If we fight with them now, the situation will be very disadvantageous to us. That's right, even if you want to kill us, you have to wait until we recover from our injuries and recover to our peak state," the young woman and the brawny man hurriedly advised. "When we recover to our peak state, the fire dragon will also recover. At that time, it will be even harder to deal with. When the fire bull comes out, I will restrain it. You guys go and deal with the fire dragon." Emotion was swift and decisive. He did as he said and pointed his index finger in the air. Boom! A blood-colored battle-chi shot out, bringing with it an astonishing power as it blasted into the magma lake. Accompanied by a loud sound, the magma lake immediately set off huge waves. Moo! Following closely, an angry roar sounded. Whiz! A huge beast rushed out from the magma, its ferocious might shaking the world. In this place, a strong wind suddenly rose and flames rushed into the sky. When Emotion and the other two saw the beast, their pupils could not help but shrink. The beast was incomparably tall, and its appearance was similar to a bull. However, its body was covered with fiery red hair, and its two bell-like eyes emitted a terrifying, ferocious light. The fire bull glanced at the three of them and said in a muffled voice, "Lowly humans, you dare to offend my majesty. Do you want to die?" Emotion said. "Hand over the fire dragon, and we will leave immediately. Otherwise, we will not rest until we die today. Not rest until we die. Do you think I am afraid of you?" The fire bull's eyes were filled with disdain. It strode forward with its thick hooves and charged towards the three of them fiercely. "Act according to the plan and end this quickly." Emotion's face darkened. He coldly shouted at the brawny man and the young woman and went up to meet it. Boom! In an instant, his body was surrounded by killing intent as if he was bathed in blood. At the same time, the brawny man and the young woman gritted their teeth and charged towards the magma lake. "Courting death!" the fire bull roared, its voice like a bell. Immediately, a flame rushed out from its body, covering the sky and pouncing towards the two of them. "Your opponent is me!" Emotion took a step forward. Blood-colored battle-chi surged crazily and pounced towards the flame. Boom! The two collided. Emotion was sent flying on the spot and spat out blood. On the other hand, the fire bull's huge body stood proudly in the air and did not move at all. The gap between them was immediately revealed. Although Emotion was injured, it was undeniable that the fire bull's strength was stronger than the fire dragon's. This was an extremely terrifying opponent. But because of this, the brawny man and the young woman successfully entered the magma lake. Although the magma had an extremely high temperature and could instantly burn living things into ashes, it was only limited to ordinary living things. To experts at the level of a war master, it was no longer a threat. "You humans all deserve to die. Wait for me to kill them, then I will deal with you." The fire bull looked at Emotion with a murderous gaze and charged towards the magma lake. "With me here, don't even think about going anywhere." Emotion's expression was cold, and the killing intent on his body was even stronger than before. Boom! He used an auxiliary technique, and in the blink of an eye, he was below the fire bull. The blood-colored battle chi in his chi surged out like a river of blood. 7 killing arts slash! Following his low roar, 7 blood blades appeared and slashed towards the fire bull with a shocking sharpness. And, since you want to die, I will kill you first! The fire bull charged and actually used its head to smash into the 7 blood blades. Boom! Immediately, the fire bull's head was broken and bleeding. However, the 7 blood blades were forcibly shattered by it. Emo-Wushin's body trembled and fell towards the magma lake below. Blood kept spurting out of his mouth, and his face was pale. Did you see that? This is my strength. You are delusional to think that you can shake my power. You are simply courting death. Die for this emperor. The fire bull roared like thunder, and its 4 iron hooves stomped towards Emo-Wushin's head. That terrifying aura made Emo-Wushin's hair stand. Swoosh! He hurriedly took a step forward, narrowly avoiding this calamity. But at the same time, the fire bull raised its tail and with a smack, it slapped his face. Emo-Wushin was sent flying by the tail. His face was lacerated and blood flowed out. However, although he was in pain, Emo-Wushin did not scream. He did not even make a sound. But at this moment, his eyes had completely changed. Within his pupils, a wave of blood quickly emerged, and his 2 eyeballs instantly turned blood red. It was like a pair of devil's eyes that were filled with cold blood light. It was extremely terrifying. Moreover, his snow-white hair was also quickly soaked in blood. Seeing this, the fire bull could not help but be surprised. At the same time, in the distant void, a black figure broke through the air. It was the lady in the black dress. What's going on? Why did senior brother Emo suddenly become like this? Why haven't I seen him before? But when she noticed the change in Emo-Wushin, she suddenly stopped in the void and her face was filled with shock. And behind the lady in the black dress, there was a giant mountain. At the peak of the giant mountain, Qin Feiyang and Fatso stood side by side. Wolf King was lying on Qin Feiyang's shoulder and looked at Emo-Wushin in surprise. The current Emo-Wushin, whether it was his aura or temperament, was completely different from the previous Emo-Wushin. Blood-red hair. Blood-red eyes. His blood aura surged to the sky. If the previous Emo-Wushin was like a god of death, then the current Emo-Wushin was a living god of death. Boom! Suddenly, Emo-Wushin stabilized his body and turned around to stare at the fire bull. The blood that flowed out and the burning sensation on his face constantly reminded him that this was the greatest humiliation of his life, and it almost drove him crazy. Suddenly, he raised his head and roared angrily. His blood-red hair was like a river of blood floating behind him. Pain, I'm not afraid. Death, I'm not afraid. But hitting my face is trampling on my dignity, trampling on my character. Whether it's a human or a beast, I can't let them off. His killing intent was like a tide. He took a step across the sky and punched at the fire bull. Humph! Didn't you just change your appearance? Do you think you can scare me? The fire bull smiled disdainfully. Its huge body leaped high and its iron hooves stepped on Emo-Wushin's fist. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, Emo-Wushin was directly blasted away. His arm shattered and blood splashed in the sky. And? Why didn't his strength improve? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. He originally thought that the current Emo-Wushin would be stronger than before, but now it seemed that there was no change. Could it be that this change was purely due to anger? But that wasn't the case. Emo-Wushin, who was blasted away, stabilized his body again. However, he seemed to have calmed down and didn't charge around like before. He looked at the fire bull and said, Actually, it's very simple to kill you. Simple? The fire bull was slightly taken aback and sneered. Is there something wrong with your head? With your little ability, you still dare to say such arrogant words? Emo-Wushin didn't speak again. Boom! Chapter 528. That strand of killing intent soared into the sky, and 7 blood blades instantly appeared. Every blade was 1,000 feet long. They were like giant blood-red scythes that emitted an unparalleled ferocious aura. Qin Feiyang frowned. These 7 blood blades had indeed become a lot bigger, but the aura was no different from before. What kind of trick was this Emma Wushan playing? 7 killing art, 7 killing as one! But at this moment, as Emma Wushan spoke coldly, the 7 blood blades collided and merged together. Clang! The next moment, a blood blade that was more than 1,000 feet long appeared out of nowhere. It was like a blood moon, lying in the sky, releasing an aura that could destroy the world. The moment this blood blade appeared, whether it was Hun Niu or the woman in black, their expressions changed. Even Qin Feiyang and Wolf King's pupils could not help but shrink. Because the aura of this blood blade had obviously soared by a lot, and it was close to the critical point of a perfect battle art. Beasts, pay the price for your previous actions! Emma Wushan roared into the sky, his blood-red hair dancing in the wind. With a wave of his hand, the blood blade trembled and slashed towards Hun Niu. Do you think I'm stupid? Stand here and let you kill me? Hun Niu sneered. His body was huge but extremely agile, and he calmly dodged. The blood blade brushed past him and slashed towards the magma lake below. Hun Niu was about to mock him. However, before he could open his mouth, the blood blade turned in the air and swept towards him again. What's going on? Hun Niu was shocked. 7 killing as one has the ability to lock onto the opponent. As long as you are locked onto by the aura of the blood blade, you can only resolve it head-on. Otherwise, no matter where you escape to, you will be chased to the end. Emma Wushan smiled coldly. He had full confidence in the lethality of this blood blade. Resolve it head-on? Hun Niu's eyes shone fiercely when he heard this, and said, Then let me see how strong your strongest attack is. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, its enormous body began to swell with the wind. In the blink of an eye, a colossus that was hundreds of meters tall had appeared. It was like a lofty mountain that stood in the sky, and its ferocious might intimidated the surroundings. Damn, is this its true form? Fatso was dumbfounded. A very strong guy, Wolf King mumbled. It was very rare to hear these words come out of its mouth. Be destroyed, ant! The flaming bull let out a roar as its iron hooves stomped through the air. Its entire body was wrapped in flames, and it was like a resplendent meteor as it charged towards the blood blade. Rumble! The two collided. A loud explosion resounded, shaking the heavens and the earth. Moo! At the same time, a roar of pain sounded. The blood blade tore through the fire bull's defense and pierced its head, causing blood to gush out. Hun Niu started to panic. Boom! His battle chi surged out without reservation and blasted towards the blood blade. Crack! The blood blade immediately began to crumble. Human, you're going to die! Hun Niu roared, and a horn that was 100 meters long emerged from its back. It was crimson red as if it was cast from magma, and it was curved. This was its fighting soul. Boom! The horn trembled violently, releasing a terrifying aura as it charged towards Emma Wushan. You're the one who's going to die today! Emma Wushan was also enraged. The war soul's blood-red small sword soared into the sky from his back, and with a monstrous blood-red light, it slashed towards the bull's horns. Boom! The two fighting souls were evenly matched, and they were in a stalemate in the air. Interesting. If this continues, it will definitely end in a lose-lose situation. Wolf King smirked. Qin Feiyang said, Emma Wushan's strength is not simple. If he's in his peak state, Hun Niu will definitely not be his opponent. Fatso frowned. I'm curious. Why didn't Emma Wushan use his full strength when dealing with Hun Niu at the beginning? If he used his full strength at that time, Hun Niu would definitely not be able to escape, and he would not be fighting with Hun Niu now. Qin Feiyang said. He should be guarding against Yan Tianfeng and Pan Wuyan. Although the three of them had reached an agreement, they were all secretly plotting against each other, so they had to be careful. 3 breaths passed. With a loud crack, the blood-red sword began to shatter, but the horn was still intact. But at the same time, the broken blood blade also shattered Huinyo's skull, and blood flowed like a waterfall. From this, it could be seen. In the battle between fighting souls, Huinyo had the upper hand. However, the lethality of the blood blade was obviously stronger than Huinyo's defense. But in comparison, Huinyo was in greater danger, because the blood blade had already threatened its life. And Mo Wuxian's fighting soul's blood-red sword, even if it was shattered, it would at most cause Mo Wuxian serious injuries, and would not threaten his life. Therefore, Huinyo was even more flustered. It even had the thought of compromising. But it was unwilling. As the emperor of this area, it was a great humiliation to surrender to a human. Crack! The blood blade went a few inches deeper, and was about to reach Huinyo's sea of consciousness. This time, Huinyo did not dare to hesitate. Human, if we continue to fight like this, it will not benefit anyone. Why don't we stop at the same time? As for the fire dragon, I don't care anymore. You can do whatever you want, Huinyo said. Dream on. Mo Wuxian's eyes were filled with killing intent. The burning wound on his face constantly reminded him that if he did not kill Huinyo, the humiliation would not disappear. Human, don't bully others too much. Huinyo was furious. As a beast emperor, it had already put down its pride and took the initiative to compromise. What else did Mo Wuxian want? Mo Wuxian smiled coldly, and the blood blade's edge was oppressive, directly attacking Huinyo's sea of consciousness. Since you want to fight to the death, then let's die together. Feeling the threat of death, Huinyo was completely enraged. The horn suddenly burst into flames, like a dazzling sun, and quickly shattered the blood-red sword, crazily attacking Mo Wuxian. At the same time, the blood blade also tore apart the last layer of flesh, and attacked Huinyo's sea of consciousness. One man and one beast were competing in speed. Whoever was faster would win. What will the result be? Qin Feiyang muttered. It's best to die together. Fatso laughed. Whether or not we will die together, I don't know. But what's certain is that even if one side can survive, they won't be able to make any waves. Wolf King laughed sinisterly. Because until now, whether it was Mo Wuxian or Huinyo, both of them were greatly injured. In the blink of an eye, just as the horn was about to hit Mo Wuxian, Huinyo suddenly howled, filled with endless pain and despair. The next moment, the horn disappeared into thin air. Die! At this moment, Mo Wuxian roared, taking advantage of the victory to pursue. The broken blood blade bloomed with a dazzling blood light, illuminating half the sky. Kacha! Then, it actually cut Huinyo's huge body into 2 halves. Blood poured down like a waterfall, dyeing the sky red. Obviously, Mo Wuxian's divine skill was better. After killing Huinyo, the blood blade also reached its limit and shattered. At the same time, Mo Wuxian's body swayed, and he chased down powerlessly. Seeing this, the black-dressed woman's face suddenly changed. She hurriedly flew over, hugged Mo Wuxian, and took out a healing pill and fed it to Mo Wuxian. And the 2 halves of Huinyo's body fell into the magma lake, and soon burned to ashes. Wolf King said, Little Qin Zi, it's time to make a move, right? Fatso rolled his eyes and said, What's the hurry? Can't you see that Huinyo hasn't appeared yet? Indeed, we can't be too hasty, Qin Feiyang said. Although Mo Wuxian was not a worry now, and Yan Tianfeng and Pan Muyan were seriously injured, but after all, he did not know much about the 3 of them. What if they were hiding some amazing means? Uncle Yuan once warned him that no matter what, he could not let his guard down, and he had always remembered it in his heart. Above the magma lake, Mo Wuxian's blood-red hair and eyes had returned to normal. After he recovered, he looked at the black-dressed woman and asked, You saw it all? The black-dressed woman nodded. Mo Wuxian pondered for a while and said, Keep it a secret for me. Okay. The black-dressed woman responded, but she looked like she wanted to say something. What do you want to ask? Mo Wuxian said. the black-dressed woman said. Senior Brother Mo, if I'm not wrong, the power of your 7 kills in one seems to have surpassed the category of a superior battle art? You're right. The power of the 7 kills in one is infinitely close to a perfect battle art. And the 7 kills art is also a top-tier battle art. Master gave it to me back then, but in order to guard against Yen Tianfeng and Pan Wuyen, I have never used it. Emma Wishen said. The black-dressed woman came to a realization and nodded. Senior Brother Mo, don't worry, I will keep it a secret. Emma Wishen smiled, looked down at the magma lake below, and swallowed another supreme healing pill. When they come out, don't say that I'm seriously injured. Otherwise, when they know, they might take the opportunity to kill me. If they really do that, you will also die. Because in this way, there will be no evidence. Even if Master knows about my death and wants to investigate, there will be no way to do so. Emma Wishen looked at the black-dressed woman and said, I understand. The black-dressed woman said, These people really do one thing in front of others and another behind others' backs. Fatso sneered. Isn't it the same in the spiritual state inner palace? As long as there are people, there will definitely be scheming. Especially those who are stronger, their ambitions and desires will be greater. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. He had long been used to such things. Boom! Splash! All of a sudden. In the eastern region of the magma lake, there was a loud bang, followed by huge waves. At the same time, there was a strong battle fluctuation. Everyone knew that Yen Tianfeng and Pan Wuyen were fighting with the fire dragon under the magma lake. The black-dressed woman said worriedly, Will they fail? They won't. If the fire dragon is not injured, they will definitely not be a match for it. But now, the fire dragon is just an arrow at the end of its flight. Emma Wushen's eyes lit up. He was very confident in Yen Tianfeng and Pan Wuyen. The only thing he was worried about now was whether the two of them would see his current situation after killing the fire dragon. The battle at the bottom of the lake did not last long. Whoosh! Yen Tianfeng and Pan Wuyen rushed out of the magma lake one after another. And in Yen Tianfeng's palm, there was a cluster of flames. It was the size of a palm and exuded an extremely high temperature. Seeing the flames, Emma Wushen's eyes lit up immediately. But then, he covered it up. He forced himself to be calm and acted as if nothing had happened. As soon as Yen Tianfeng and Pan Wuyen appeared and saw that the fire dragon was gone, they were stunned. Whoosh! The two of them flew to Emma Wushen and asked doubtfully, Where's the fire dragon? Emma Wushen said, I killed it. What? You can kill it? The two of them stared at Emma Wushen in shock. One had to know. The fire dragon was at its peak state, but Emma Wushen was seriously injured. Originally, they thought that even if Emma Wushen could restrain the fire dragon, it would be difficult to do so. However, they did not expect that Emma Wushen would actually kill it. How did he do it? Emma Wushen pointed at the woman in the black dress and said indifferently, Actually, this is all thanks to her. She sneaked an attack on the fire dragon at the critical moment, giving me the opportunity to kill the fire dragon in one blow. Why did you take so long to kill the fire dragon? Emma Wushen added, adding this sentence was actually to change the topic. Her? Yen Tianfeng and Pan Wuyen looked at the woman in the black dress suspiciously. A mere 8-star war emperor, even if it was a sneak attack, it didn't seem to be able to cause any fatal damage to the fire dragon? However, this seemed to be the only explanation. With that thought, the two of them did not think too much about it. Yen Tianfeng said helplessly, There's no other way. The magma lake is too big. It hid here and there with us. It was not easy to catch it. Here you go. Finished. Yen Tianfeng handed the pill fire to Emma Wushen. Looks like we haven't been discovered. Emma Wushen's eyes flashed, and he was about to reach out to take the pill fire. Emma Wushen is pretending to be fine now. In fact, his Yuan Qi has been greatly injured in the battle with the fire dragon. But at this moment, a playful voice suddenly sounded from below. It was Wolf King's voice. At this moment, Qin Feiyang, Fatso, and Wolf King had already left the mountain peak and were hiding behind a rock on the shore of the magma lake. Who is it? Damn it! Mo Wuxian and the woman in the black dresses' faces darkened. Yan Tianfeng and Pan Wuyen's pupils constricted as a trace of suspicion crept up in their hearts. Mo Wuxian's Yuan Qi was greatly injured? Didn't that mean that he no longer had the strength to fight? Wasn't this a good opportunity to kill him? Immediately, a trace of dense killing intent flashed past their eyes. But at this moment, Mo Wuxian's right hand shot out and grabbed the pill fire. He turned around and was about to escape. This action undoubtedly proved that Mo Wuxian had indeed suffered a serious injury. Mo Wuxian, today is the day you die! Seeing this, Yan Tianfeng and Pan Wuyen's killing intent rose and they attacked without hesitation. Yan Tianfeng chased after him with a step. Battle Qi surged on his fist as he punched towards Mo Wuxian's back. At the same time, Pan Wuyen also decisively attacked the woman in the black dress. Even though Pan Wuyen's injuries were severe, the woman in the black dress was after all an 8-star combat emperor. The gap between them was too big. Without any suspense, she was killed by a palm strike. Her body fell into the magma lake and turned into ashes in a few blinks of an eye. Not even her bones were left. Yan Tianfeng, Pan Wuyen, do you want to die? Mo Wuxian roared. He wasn't the woman in the black dress. He couldn't just sit there and wait for death. He turned around and mobilized his remaining battle qi and strength to punch Yan Tianfeng. With a blood-curdling scream, Mo Wuxian was sent flying. He spat out blood and his face was pale. The pill fire also flew out of his hand and shot downwards. Pan Wuyen, quickly go and get the pill fire. Don't let the person in the dark take it away. I'll go and kill Mo Wuxian. Yan Tianfeng roared and madly rushed towards Mo Wuxian. His body was filled with killing intent and his face revealed a cruel smile. Pan Wuyen also swooped down towards the pill fire. Her eyes were also filled with a bone-piercing killing intent. As long as Mo Wuxian was dead, the inner palace would belong to her and Yan Tianfeng from then on. Moreover, she might even have the chance to replace Mo Wuxian and become the palace master's personal disciple. However, at this moment, a black figure shot out from the lake below like a bolt of lightning and grabbed the elixir fire before Pan Wuyen could. Pan Wuyen was stunned and instantly locked onto the black figure. She suddenly said in surprise, Ma-san, why are you here? Qin Feiyang glanced at the pill fire excitedly. He raised his head and looked at Pan Wuyen. He smiled faintly and said, As a qualified Oriole, first of all, you must learn to endure. Secondly, you must learn to create opportunities and grasp them well. He had been holding himself back all this time, waiting for this moment. Wolf King's reminder to Yan Tianfeng and Yan Tianfeng was also deliberately instigated. And all of this was done quite well, allowing him to obtain the alchemy fire without any effort. Similarly, these words were also mocking Pan Wuyen and Yan Tianfeng. If they had endured and not fallen out with Mo Wuxian, then he wouldn't have had this opportunity. Although he would definitely be able to get the pill fire in the end, it definitely wouldn't be so easy. Chapter 529. Oriole! Pan Wuyen stared at Qin Feiyang as if she had turned into an iceberg. Her entire body was filled with bone-chilling cold. Quickly kill him and take back the elixir fire! Yan Tianfeng shouted. Ma-san, help me! I guarantee that you will enjoy endless glory and wealth for the rest of your life. You will even have the chance to enter the capital with me. At the same time, Mo Wuxian also asked Qin Feiyang for help and offered very tempting conditions. You're courting death! Yan Tianfeng was furious. His eyes were filled with ferocity as he slammed his palm on Mo Wuxian's chest. Mo Wuxian immediately screamed as his chest caved in. Like a meteorite, he shot towards the mountain below. Ma-san, as long as you are willing to help me, the matter of you killing my brother will be written off. Not only that, I will also owe you a favor. I will repay you double in the future. Mo Wuxian roared. Obviously, Yen Tianfeng and Pan Huyen were determined to kill him. If there were other people here, he would definitely not ask Qin Feiyang for help, because he also hated Qin Feiyang. But now, he had no choice but to put down his pride to save his life. Double in the future? Hearing Emo Wuxian's words, Qin Feiyang shook his head and sneered. Although he had not known Emo Wuxian for long, he could tell that he was a vengeful person. He was sure that once Emo Wuxian was free and recovered from his injuries, he would come to find trouble with him immediately. If he really helped him now, it would be tantamount to nurturing a tiger. He would not be so stupid. Boom! With a loud sound, Emo Wuxian smashed into the ground and a deep pit appeared. Emo Wuxian was lying inside, on the verge of death, unable to move at all. Yen Tianfeng turned into a ray of light and flew towards the deep pit. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Swoosh! Qin Feiyang also retracted his gaze and looked at Pan Huyen. He smiled faintly and said, "How about we talk?" "Talk?" Pan Huyen looked at Qin Feiyang as if looking at an idiot and said, "What right do you have to talk to me? However, if you are willing to give me the alchemy fire, I can consider talking with you." Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "You can't be so stubborn. Otherwise, you might be overturned." "Turn the tables? Are you saying that you can turn the tables? Or are you saying that Emo Wuxian can make a comeback? How laughably naive! Let me tell you, both of you will die today." Pan Huyen's eyes were brimming with killing intent. A terrifying pressure rushed towards Qin Feiyang. She said disdainfully, "I don't even need to do anything to kill a piece of trash like you. My pressure is enough to destroy you 1,000 times over." Boom! The pressure enveloped Qin Feiyang, and he was immediately imprisoned. "Die!" Pan Huyen let out a cold shout, and the pressure immediately pressed down on Qin Feiyang from all directions. "I am now an 8-star combat emperor. What can the pressure of a mere 1-star battle ancestor do to me?" Qin Feiyang mumbled. He suddenly looked up at the sky and roared, "Break for me!" Boom! Immediately, he broke free from the shackles of the pressure, turned around in the air, and rushed towards the lake below. At the same time, Fatso also walked out from behind the stone and opened a portal. Fatso had been hiding there the entire time, in order to help Qin Feiyang. As for Wolf King, before Qin Feiyang made his move, he had already sent it to the castle. Because Qin Feiyang had no intention of fighting to the death with Emo Wuxian and the other two. Therefore, if he let Wolf King continue to stay outside, it would be a waste of time. How is this possible? At the same time, seeing that her pressure had been broken by Qin Feiyang, Pan Huyen's face was filled with disbelief. Could it be that this guy was also a war master? But there was no time to think. Because she had also seen Fatso and the portal. She knew that the two of them were planning to escape with the pill fire. If the pill fire was taken away just like that, wouldn't everything they had done during this period of time be in vain? She would absolutely not allow such a thing to happen. "Jean-Lu Ma-san, if you know what's good for you, give me the pill fire immediately. Otherwise, even if I return to the inner hall, I will not let you off." With a cold shout, the frost vortex above her head appeared again, and an ice elephant roared out, carrying a monstrous ferocious aura as it rushed towards the portal. Treasures belong to those who are capable. Do you have the ability? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, turned around, and slapped the air. The return formula reappeared. A dazzling golden light burst out from his palm, turning into a rolling torrent that crashed into the ice elephant. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, Qin Feiyang's entire arm shattered on the spot, and blood spurted out from his mouth, his face pale. He was seriously injured in one blow. War masters are indeed powerful. But Qin Feiyang grinned at Pan Huyen, and with the help of this impact, quickly landed in front of the portal. "Boss, are you okay?" Fatso looked at him worriedly. "I won't die." Qin Feiyang shook his head, looked up at Pan Huyen and Yen Tianfeng, and waved. "Both of you, see you next time." With that, he entered the portal without looking back. "Hurry up and kill Emo Wuxian. Or else, when we return to the inner hall, you will be killed by emotion before you can kill us. Fatty also laughed sinisterly at the two of them, then turned around and left. In the blink of an eye, the portal disappeared. Damn it! Seeing this, Yen Tianfeng was instantly enraged, and shouted, Pan Wuyen, you can't even deal with two pieces of trash, what's the use of you? If you have the ability, go ahead. Pan Wuyen was also burning with anger. Humph! If it were him, they would not be able to escape. However, they are not a concern for now. Let's deal with emotion first, and then we will deal with them when we return to the inner hall. Yen Tianfeng snorted. Emotion was the biggest threat. If he did not die now, there would be endless trouble in the future. Whoosh! Strong murderous intent appeared in their eyes, and they rushed towards emotion at the same time. Emotion did not escape. As he had been injured repeatedly, he no longer had the strength to escape. His body was covered in blood, and he struggled to get up. Looking at Yen Tianfeng, he said gloomily, I have always treated you well, but you treat me like this. Do you still have a conscience? Treated us well? Are you joking? Go and ask everyone, who doesn't know that you are just using us. Pan Wuyen sneered. Cut the crap, kill him quickly. Yen Tianfeng was not only a ruthless person, but also a very cautious person. To prevent any accidents from happening, he immediately killed. However, just as emotion was about to die, he suddenly disappeared without a trace. What happened? Yen Tianfeng and Yen Tianfeng's eyes widened in anger, and they looked around, their faces extremely gloomy. At the same time, in the sky above a forest, Qin Feiyang and Fatso appeared out of thin air. Boss, are you really okay? Looking at Qin Feiyang, whose arm was shattered, Fatso was very worried. It's okay. Qin Feiyang smiled. He took out a regeneration pill and a healing pill and swallowed them. Then, he entered the castle. As soon as the alchemy fire appeared, the nether demonic flame automatically recovered and quickly swallowed the alchemy fire. Its aura skyrocketed again. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. With another Tier 4 alchemy fire, the nether demonic flame could be promoted to Tier 5 alchemy fire. At that time, he could only refine an elixir with 4 alchemy patterns. Fatso asked, Boss, where are we going to get alchemy fire now? Yunzhou Inner Hall. Qin Feiyang said without hesitation. What? Fatso's expression froze. Linyi opened her eyes and frowned. Brother Feiyang, there are many powerhouses in the spiritual state's inner hall. Yunzhou must be the same. Aren't you taking a risk? There are still 4 months before the Battle of 9 States. I don't have time to waste. I must speed up. Right now, only the alchemy fire in Yunzhou Inner Hall is the fastest shortcut. Qin Feiyang said. Wolf King smiled and said, Brother supports you. Can you not add to the trouble? Linyi looked at it helplessly. Am I adding to the trouble? I'm just telling the truth. If I didn't come to Yunzhou, it would be a different story. But since I'm already here, I naturally can't let go of every opportunity. What's more, it's just an inner hall. What are you afraid of? Wolf King was disdainful. Isn't it just an inner hall? Fatso and others were speechless. Perhaps only this fearless ruffian wolf would dare to say such arrogant words. Well, I have made up my mind. Don't worry about it. Just focus on cultivation. Fatso, let's go. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and appeared above the jungle with Fatso. They glanced below. In the distance, there was a battle fluctuation. The two crossed the sky like lightning and stopped over a mountain ridge. They looked down and saw a young man in black fighting with a fierce beast. Qin Feiyang pointed his finger in the air. His battle aura emerged and turned into a fiery red arrow. It instantly penetrated the head of the fierce beast. The young man in black was taken aback. He looked up at Qin Feiyang and Linyi, and his expression changed on the spot. He bowed and said, Greetings, 3rd Senior Brother Ma, 6th Senior Brother Zhang. The various deeds of the two in the mountain range had long been known to everyone. Now in the eyes of the inner hall, Qin Feiyang and Lin were the most untouchable existences except for the three kings. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "The alchemy fire has appeared, and the experiential learning should be over. Why don't you return to the inner hall with us? Together?" The young man in black was stunned for a while before he came back to his senses. He hurriedly nodded and said, Okay. It's my fortune to be able to travel with you too." Qin Feiyang was a little stunned. "Wasn't this too exaggerated?" he asked. "Do you have a portal on you?" "Yes." The young man in black nodded and asked instinctively, "Don't you have one?" "I've used it up." Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "So that's why you want to travel with me." The young man in black mumbled, but he was not dissatisfied at all. Instead, he felt honored. Whoosh! The young man in black flew to Qin Feiyang and Lin, took out a portal and quickly opened it. Qin Feiyang and Lin looked at each other and walked in one after another. In fact, it was not that there was no portal, but that they did not know the coordinates of the inner hall. That was why they found this person. Soon, the three of them landed in the sky above a plain. The plain was extremely vast, with a radius of a few miles. There were no trees, but it was full of green weeds, showing a lively scene. Below, there were many young men and women gathered, and their strength was above the War Emperor realm. However, all of them were disheveled and covered in blood. On the other side of the plain, there was a narrow entrance, and inside the entrance was an endless mountain range. Chapter 530. Qin Feiyang glanced at the guards and then looked at the crowd below. Some familiar faces entered his line of sight. Lu Yufeng, Pei Sanshi, Hijio Suwei Yulan. In addition to these 5 people, there were some people he had seen before but didn't know their names. At the same time, when these people saw Qin Feiyang and Fatso appear, they immediately had deep fear and awe in their eyes. Many people even began to step back instinctively. "Am I that scary?" Qin Feiyang was quite helpless. He turned his head and looked at the mountain behind the entrance with a trace of doubt in his eyes. "This is the inner hall? But it doesn't look like it." Whoosh! He swooped down and landed beside Hijio. Now, his every action tugged at the nerves of everyone present. When he was there, everyone's eyes were there. Those who were standing near Hijio immediately stepped back in fear. Hijio also looked at Qin Feiyang nervously. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He said, "Senior brother Ma-san, what can I do for you?" Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "I think we are destined to meet, so I want to talk to you more." "Destined? To hell with it!" Hijio's face twitched. He immediately cursed in his heart. But on the surface, there was no change in his expression. He said with a flattering smile, "Senior brother, if you have any questions, just ask. I will answer truthfully." "Where is this? Why are we gathered here?" Qin Feiyang asked. His voice was so low that only the two of them could hear. Hijio was stunned. He looked at Qin Feiyang strangely and whispered, "Senior brother, don't tell me you have amnesia?" Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. Hijio clearly felt the cold light. He couldn't help but feel cold. He hurriedly said, "This is the entrance of the Spirit Cloud Mountain. Everyone is gathered here under the order of the Mansion Master." "Why did the Mansion Master say so?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. "I don't know either." Hijio shook his head. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Suddenly, Hijio thought of something and asked, "Senior brother, did you get the elixir fire?" This sentence was not deliberately concealed, and the surrounding crowd heard it clearly. Immediately, everyone's eyes narrowed. Lu Yufeng and the other 2 also stared fixedly at Qin Feiyang. Even the 10 guards looked at Qin Feiyang curiously. Qin Feiyang smiled but said nothing. Seeing this, everyone was bewildered. What did this smile mean? Could it be that he managed to snatch it? But that's not right. No matter how strong this person was, he was only a battle emperor. How could he snatch the alchemy fire from the hands of 3 king warriors? Swish! At this moment, a man and a woman appeared out of thin air above the plains. Qin Feiyang looked up and the corners of his mouth curled into a playful smile. These two people were none other than Pan Wuyen and Yan Tianfeng. And because of the arrival of these two people, everyone's gaze finally shifted away from Qin Feiyang. Since Ma San did not get the alchemy fire must be with these two people. But what about Mo Wishen? Weren't the three of them together? Why did only two people come back? But very quickly, they realized that something was wrong again. Because Yan Tianfeng and Pan Wuyen's expressions were extremely ugly, and there was not the slightest bit of joy on their faces. What's going on? Everyone was suspicious. Ayaya, isn't this senior brother Yan and senior sister Pan? Why are all of your faces so dark? Who ate the guts of a leopard to provoke you to such an extent? Suddenly, a mocking voice sounded out. Everyone looked at Fatso with a strange gaze. Was this guy stupid? He actually dared to speak to the two of them like that. Did he really think that with Ma San's protection, he could be lawless? At the same time, when Pan Wuyen looked at Qin Feiyang and Fatso in the crowd, the killing intent in their eyes immediately burst out. Senior brother, senior sister, why are you looking at me like that? I didn't offend you? Fatso looked at the two of them innocently, but his eyes were filled with playfulness. I'm going to kill you! The monstrous anger in Yan Tianfeng's heart could no longer be controlled, and suddenly burst out. He raised his big hand and his battle chi surged. A huge yellow hand instantly appeared out of nowhere. Boom! Immediately after, the huge hand slapped towards Qin Feiyang and Pan Wuyen. He Jiao and the others' faces changed. Like birds startled by the twang of a bow, they immediately fled in a panic. Yan Tianfeng, don't fight here! But at this time, a black armored guard at the entrance shouted. However, Yan Tianfeng turned a deaf ear. Now that he had been overwhelmed by anger, how could he listen to it? You're not as good as others. Instead of reflecting on yourself, you come here to bite people. What's the difference between you and a wild dog? Qin Feiyang looked up at Yan Tianfeng with a sarcastic look. Then he waved his big hand and shook off Fatso. Then, he ran the return formula and slapped in the air. A golden light surged out, dazzling. What? He still dares to fight senior brother Yan? Seeing this scene, the people present widened their eyes in anger and disbelief. Boom! The golden light was like a tide as it collided with the giant hand. Immediately, Qin Feiyang spat out a mouthful of blood. The ground under his feet cracked like a spider web. At the same time, the huge hand was also stopped in the void by the golden light. But the next moment, under everyone's horrified gaze, the huge hand turned in the air and attacked Yan Tianfeng. What's going on? Yan Tianfeng was so shocked that he couldn't even speak clearly. In the blink of an eye, the huge hand arrived in front of Yan Tianfeng and slapped him away on the spot. His screams resounded through the sky. How did this happen? That's way too weird. Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. It could actually reflect the opponent's attack. What kind of battle skill was this? Why had they never heard of it? Qin Feiyang glanced at Yan Tianfeng and looked at Pan Wuyen, who was also in a daze. He said lightly, "One must know how to restrain oneself. Don't be like a fly that makes people hate you." Boom! Pan Wuyen's eyes turned cold, and cold air emerged from her body. Above her head, the vortex appeared again. Chirp! The next moment, following a sharp cry, an ice phoenix rushed out with a ferocious aura around its body. Ma-san, I want you to die without a burial place! Pan Wuyen let out a stern shout. The ice phoenix spread its wings, and its ferocious might surged through the heavens and the earth as it pounced towards Qin Feiyang. Humph, I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Qin Feiyang snorted and used the return formula again. But this time, his arm was torn open and shattered on the spot. The ground beneath his feet exploded, creating a crater that was at least 100 meters deep. Damn, is Ma-san going to defy the heavens? If it was someone else, they would have been turned into ashes. But he only shattered an arm? Everyone was shocked. But Fatso looked surprised. He turned into a stream of light and flew into the deep pit. He landed beside Qin Feiyang and frowned. Boss, what's wrong with you? Pan Wuyen and Yen Tianfeng have the same cultivation, but why is the difference between their injuries so big? The giant hand that Yen Tianfeng just condensed was just an ordinary attack. But Pan Wuyen's Ice Phoenix evolved from a superior battle formula. I can block it and only shattered an arm. It's already very powerful, Qin Feiyang whispered. I see. Fatso nodded and whispered. In that case, don't fight recklessly. What are you afraid of? Don't forget that I still have the battle formula. If it doesn't work, I still have Chang Shui. It's too easy to kill the two of them. Qin Feiyang sneered and his eyes were filled with killing intent. You're right. Well, do as you like. Fatso smiled and left the deep pit. He stood in the distance with his arms crossed and watched the show. Qin Feiyang took out a regeneration pill and threw it into his mouth at lightning speed. Then, he jumped up and stood in the void opposite Pan Wuyen. He said indifferently, Do you still want to continue? Bastard, let's see how long you can be arrogant. Yen Tianfeng broke through the air and landed beside Pan Wuyen. His body was covered in blood and his eyes were filled with endless killing intent. Qin Feiyang glanced at the two of them and said indifferently, Come at me together. Don't waste my time. As soon as he said that, the crowd was in an uproar. Whether it was the people in the inner palace or the 10 guards, they could not help but feel a storm in their hearts. Is this guy crazy? He's going against 2 of them alone. Where did he get the courage from? Senior Brother Pan and Senior Brother Yen probably won't agree. It's not probably, it's definitely. Yes, after all, they are the kings of the inner palace. They won't let go of their pride. Someone whispered. However, Pan Wuyen and Yen Tianfeng's following actions caused them to be taken aback. The two of them looked at each other, and a cold glint flashed across their eyes at the same time. Ma-san, that's what you said. If you die later, don't blame us for bullying you. The two of them looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled brightly. What's going on? As kings, they don't care about their pride? The crowd was dumbfounded. They could not figure out what Pan Wuyen and Yen Tianfeng were thinking. Even if they won later, they would definitely be the subject of ridicule and even be laughed at by others. The battle was about to start. However, at this moment, another white figure appeared above the plain. This person had a tall figure and a handsome face. His eyes were like bright stars and his white hair danced in the wind. He was emitting an extraordinary aura. Amo Wushin! Immediately, the place fell into a dead silence. The inner palace disciples below were full of admiration and respect. However, Pan Wuyen and Yen Tianfeng's expressions were extremely gloomy. On the other hand, Qin Feiyang and Fatso were surprised. Why wasn't he dead? They originally thought that Pan Wuyen and Yen Tianfeng had already killed Emo Wushin, and with Emo Wushin's condition, it was impossible for him to escape. But now, he actually appeared in front of everyone's eyes? What was going on? Could it be that Pan Wuyen and Yen Tianfeng deliberately let Emo Wushin go? Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang turned his gaze and looked at Pan Wuyen and Yen Tianfeng suspiciously. When he saw the expressions of the two of them, he decisively rejected this guess. There must be something fishy about this. So lively? Why don't I join in as well? I wonder if the 3 of you welcome me? Emo Wushin swept his gaze across the crowd and looked at Qin Feiyang and Pan Wuyen with a faint smile on his face. However, in the depths of his eyes, there was a bone-piercing killing intent. Interesting. Qin Feiyang muttered and smiled faintly. I'm just a small war emperor. How would I dare to fight with senior brother Mo? However, senior sister Pan and senior brother Yen definitely have the ability. Finished. Chapter 531. Pan Wuyen glanced at Qin Feiyang and then at Emo Wushin. Both of them clenched their fists. Their faces were even gloomier than before. However, they did not make a move or speak. This was because Emo Wushin was obviously in his peak condition. They felt a little guilty. Most importantly, Qin Feiyang was eyeing them covetously. If they really fought, Qin Feiyang would definitely be the biggest winner in the end. Mo Wuxian glanced at Qin Feiyang meaningfully, then looked at Pan Wuyen and said, "We've already shed all pretense of cordiality. What's the point of worrying about this and that?" Shed all pretense of cordiality. Everyone was secretly shocked. What exactly happened in the Spirit Cloud mountain range that caused Mo Wuxian to target Pan Wuyen and her companion? What's the use of being arrogant now? Whoever has the last laugh will be the real winner. Pan Wuyen sneered. I agree with this. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. Then let's wait and see. Mo Wuxian glanced at the three of them coldly, then swooped down and stood alone on a rock. His expression was calm and no one knew what he was thinking. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang could not help but feel disappointed. He said to Pan Wuyen and her companion, "Both of you, do you still want to continue?" "Humph!" The two of them snorted and landed on a small hill in the distance, their eyes flashing coldly. Qin Feiyang glanced at the three of them, then landed beside Fatso. Fatso whispered, "Boss, why don't you kill them? You make it sound so easy. If you have the ability, why don't you do it?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. Fatso smiled embarrassedly. Swoosh! After that, figures kept appearing one after another. They were all disciples of the inner palace. But their cultivation level was basically below 5-star combat emperor. When the sun set, the people in the Spirit Cloud mountain range finally came out. Swoosh! Soon, a skinny white-haired old man in a black robe descended on the plains. "Greetings, Commander Nye." Everyone present bowed and saluted, including Mo Wuxian and the other two. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang and Fatso also saluted. After all, this was a critical period, and they couldn't be too arrogant. Commander Nye glanced around and frowned slightly. He fixed his eyes on Qin Feiyang and shouted, "Ma-san, this is your masterpiece!" Immediately, everyone's gazes were on Qin Feiyang. Their eyes contained a trace of schadenfreude. Qin Feiyang's heart went cold as he asked in puzzlement, "I wonder what Commander Nye means by this." Before the trial, there were 3 9-star combat emperors, 3 8-star combat emperors, and 11 7-star combat emperors in the inner palace. But now, take a look for yourself. Only Liu Yufeng and Pei Sanshur are left of the 9-star war emperor. Not a single 8-star combat emperor or 7-star combat emperor was left. Do you know how much effort the Mansion Master has put into nurturing them? Commander Nye shouted in a stern voice. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows imperceptibly. So the reason why everyone was left here was to hold him accountable as a warning to others. Don't think that this matter will end just by remaining silent. Let me tell you, it's not that easy. The Mansion Master has ordered that because your methods are too cruel and your personality is too brutal, you must be severely punished. From now on, you will be sent to prison and await the Mansion Master's next decision. And Zhang Lu, as Ma-san's accomplice, will also be sent to prison to await his punishment. Do you have any objections? Commander Nye looked coldly at Qin Feiyang and said, "Yes." Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Feiyang said, "I would like to ask, before Palace Head made this decision, did you investigate this matter thoroughly? You dare to question the Mansion Master?" Commander Nye's face turned cold. "I'm not questioning. I just want to know if the Mansion Master is biased." Qin Feiyang said. "What a joke! The Mansion Master is the overlord of Yunzhou. He has always been fair and impartial. How could he be biased? If you dare to make irresponsible remarks again, don't blame me for being rude to you." Commander Nye's eyes were gloomy and his old face was full of viciousness. Fatso was so angry that he laughed and said, "Since it's fair and impartial, why not punish Mo Wuxian and the others? Did they do anything wrong? Since they did nothing wrong, why should they be punished?" Commander Nye said, "It seems that you don't know anything. Okay, I'll tell you. Nye Yu, Mo He, Zhao Wei, Liang Qing, Yuan Wu, these people were indeed killed by us. but the other 7-star combat emperors were killed by Emma Wushan and the other 2. Even that woman was killed by Pan Wuyan. If the mansion master is really fair and impartial, then they should be sent to prison like us. Of course. If it's because they are the 3 kings of the inner hall and have the right to be so willful, then I have nothing to say. Fatso said, his tone full of ridicule. A murderous intent flashed across the depths of Commander Nie's old eyes as he said, "This is only your side of the story. Who can testify?" Fatso pointed to Lu Yufeng and Pei Sanshi and said, "They witnessed it with their own eyes, they can testify." "Tell me about it." Commander Nie looked at Lu Yufeng and Pei Sanshi. Their eyes trembled as they looked at Qin Feiyang and Fatso. Fatso's face was full of anticipation. Qin Feiyang's face was calm. Immediately, Lu Yufeng and Pei Sanshi looked at Emma Wushan and the other 2. Emma Wushan's expression was the same, as if he didn't hear anything, showing an attitude of indifference. But Yan Tianfeng and Pei Sanshi's eyes were faintly threatening. What should they do? The 2 of them really didn't dare to make a decision easily. Because, if they told the truth, they would undoubtedly offend Emma Wushan and the other 2, and would definitely suffer in the future. But if they helped Emma Wushan and the other 2 fake it, they would definitely offend Ma San. If it was the previous Ma San, they wouldn't care. But the current Ma San was no less dangerous than Emma Wushan and the other 2. But just as the 2 of them were hesitant and in a dilemma, Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "There's nothing to say, the prison is not a scary place, we'll just go." "Boss!" Fatso hurriedly looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang glanced at him, indicating that he shouldn't speak. At the same time, Lu Yufeng and Pei Sanshi also cast grateful gazes at Qin Feiyang. Towards this, Qin Feiyang only smiled faintly, looked at Commander Nie and said, "When are we going? You know that you have confessed. It seems that you are not hopeless yet." Commander Nie looked at Qin Feiyang indifferently, but there was a hint of killing intent in his eyes. Then, he glanced at everyone present and said, "We don't object to you competing with each other, but we firmly forbid killing of fellow disciples. If anyone dares to do it again, Ma San and Zhang Lu are examples. This disciple will remember Commander Nie's teachings." Everyone bowed in response. Commander Nie nodded. He waved his aged hand and opened up a teleportation gate. He looked at Qin Feiyang and Qin Yu and said, "Follow this commander." Then, without waiting for Qin Feiyang and Pei Sanshi, he directly entered the portal. Qin Feiyang didn't hesitate and immediately flew towards the portal. "What bad luck!" Fatso cursed in his heart and helplessly followed. An ancient pagoda was located in the middle of a square. The ancient pagoda was dark and towered into the clouds, exuding an ancient aura. Above the pagoda door, there were 2 eye-catching words, like iron hooks and silver strokes, vigorous and powerful. These 2 words were none other than prison. Like the prison in the spirit state, there were 10 guards, all of whom were above 5-star combat emperors. The captain of the guards was an 8-star combat emperor. Swoosh! In the sky above the square, 3 figures appeared one after another. They were Commander Nie, Qin Feiyang, and Fatso. "Go down!" Commander Nie called out and landed on the steps in front of the pagoda door. Qin Feiyang didn't say a word and followed closely behind. Although Fatso had a stomach full of resentment, he could only hold it in. "Greetings, Commander Nie." The 10 guards bowed in salute. Commander Nie nodded and said, "Open the door." The captain of the guards took out a black token and opened the door of the prison. He then led the 3 of them in and stopped in front of a cell door. When the captain of the guards opened the stone door of the cell, Commander Nie waved his hand and said, "You may leave first." "Yes." The captain of the guards bowed and replied. Then, he suspiciously glanced at Qin Feiyang and Pei Sanshi before turning and leaving. After the prison door closed, Commander Nie kicked Qin Feiyang and Fatso in the stomach. Caught off guard, the 2 of them immediately rolled into the cell in a sorry state, spitting blood from their mouths. Fatso was a little dumbfounded. But when he came back to his senses, he immediately jumped up and roared, "Old bastard, do you want to die?" Qin Feiyang also endured the pain and stood up, staring at Commander Nye with an extremely gloomy gaze. Want to die? I think you're the ones who want to die. Commander Nye smiled, but his smile was a little sinister. Fatso clenched his fists, making cracking sounds. The anger in his heart was also uncontrollable. But at this moment, Qin Feiyang grabbed Fatso's arm and looked at Commander Nye. When did we offend you? You're still playing dumb? Don't you know that Nye Yu is this old man's grandson? How dare you kill him? How dare you? I'll tell you clearly. Since you're in this prison today, don't even think about leaving alive. Commander Nye laughed sinisterly, his old face twisting. Grandson? Qin Feiyang and Fatso were taken aback. No wonder this old thing was so angry. It turned out to be because of this. Qin Feiyang said. Commander Nye, although it was indeed I who killed Nye Yu, this is a grudge between us, the younger generation. As a highly respected senior, isn't it too beneath your status to avenge private wrongs in public? Besides, it was Nye Yu who provoked us first. Even if he provoked you, so what? I'm the commander of Yunzhou. I'm second only to one person. As my grandson, let alone provoking you, even if he rode on your head and humiliated you, you should endure it for me. Without waiting for Qin Feiyang to finish, Commander Nye roared, his eyes full of contempt. Even if he rode on your head, you still have to endure it? Fuck you, do you really think you're a big shot? Tell me now, do you have any other grandchildren? As long as you dare to say it, your grandfather will dare to end your bloodline. Fatso was furious. Why is this old man so shameless? Does he think he's the ruler of Yunzhou? That everyone has to listen to whatever he says? Although he was usually a little timid, if he was truly angered, he wouldn't even acknowledge the emperor. Well said. Qin Feiyang also smiled. Originally, he wanted to be polite and reasonable. However, it was obvious that this old thing was not a reasonable person. Since that was the case, he naturally wouldn't be polite. Moreover, he was someone who was not afraid of the heavens or the earth. What was a mere war sect worth? However, Commander Nye's old face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. Not only did he kill his grandson, he even dared to threaten to end his bloodline. This was unforgivable. Boom! A terrifying pressure roared out and rushed towards the two of them. The two were imprisoned on the spot. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Because this old man wants to slice off your flesh bit by bit and make you beg for death. Clang! Nye Tong took out a black dagger, and his eyes were bloodthirsty and cruel as he walked towards Fatso step by step. It was obvious. He wanted to start with Fatso. Break! But at this moment, Qin Feiyang roared and instantly broke free from the restraints of the pressure and slapped Commander Nye's old face. Slap! The sound of the slap was crisp and ear-piercing. Commander Nye was dumbfounded. How could this be? How could he break free from his pressure? At this moment, Fatso also broke free from the pressure and also slapped Commander Nye without holding back. Another blood-red palm print appeared on Commander Nye's old face. Then, the two of them took a step back and looked at Commander Nye, whose face was green and red, with a bright smile on their faces. Swish! All of a sudden, Commander Nye looked at the two of them with murderous intent in his eyes. What? Only you are allowed to kick us and we are not allowed to beat you. How do these two slaps feel? Do you want a few more? Anyway, you are shameless. It doesn't matter if there are a few more palm prints. Boss, you are right? Fatso chuckled. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Pfft. Commander Nye was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. You two pieces of shit, die for this old man. Following that, his face was distorted, and with the blood at the corner of his mouth, he looked extremely ferocious. At the same time, that old hand raised and the battle chi in his palms surged as he slapped towards the two of them with murderous intent. Boss, kill him! Seeing this, Fatso's killing intent was also aroused. Judging from the aura of this old thing, he was at most a 2-star or 3-star war master. If they knew his background, they would definitely not be his match. But the key was that this person did not know anything about their methods. They had a chance to catch him off guard and kill him. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. In an instant he made a decision. Kill. Buzz. But at this moment, the buzzing sound of the image crystal rang out. Commander Nye raised his eyebrows and withdrew his hand to take out the image crystal. Battle chi surged. The shadow of an old man suddenly appeared. This was an old woman wearing a red robe. Her long hair was snow white, and her old face revealed a hint of ferocity. Greetings, Mansion Master. Seeing this person, Commander Nye immediately knelt down and kowtowed. Mansion Master of Cloud State! Qin Feiyang and Fatso looked at each other, and immediately dissipated the killing intent in their hearts. Come to me immediately. After the Mansion Master of Cloud State said this sentence, the shadow disappeared into thin air. Commander Nye put away the image crystal, got up and stared at Qin Feiyang and Fatso. He laughed sinisterly. Wait until this old man goes to see the Mansion Master, then I will slowly deal with you. After saying that, he flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. You are still so arrogant after picking up a life for nothing. What an ignorant old dog! Fatso sneered. He was full of confidence. If the Mansion Master of Cloud State had not sent a message at the critical moment, Commander Nye would have been killed by them. The source of his confidence was Chang Shui and the Huan character formula, as well as those rib bones. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and fell into deep thought. Seeing this, Fatso looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion and frowned. Boss, can you tell me why we came to the prison? Isn't this equivalent to sending sheep to the tiger's mouth and courting death? Qin Feiyang said. You are wrong, we will not die. Fatso was stunned and said in surprise. Why do you say that? If the Mansion Master of Cloud State really wanted to kill us, he would not have sent us to the prison. Commander Nye had already attacked us on the plain. But I don't understand, what is the Mansion Master of Cloud State planning? Chapter 532. At the same time, in a certain mansion, the Yun State Mansion Master stood in front of a lake. The lake was about 100 feet long and sparkled. Whoosh! Commander Nye appeared out of thin air and bowed. What can I do for you, Mansion Master? The Yun State Mansion Master stared at the lake and said without turning his head. Were you going to kill Ma San and the others in the prison? Commander Nye's eyes trembled and he said respectfully. I dare not hide anything from you. I did want to kill them to avenge Nye. The governor of Yun State abruptly turned his head and stared at Commander Nye with an aggressive look in his eyes. Commander Nye panicked and said hurriedly, I know I was wrong. Please punish me, Mansion Master. Sigh. The Yun State Mansion Master was silent. In the end, he sighed and continued to stare at the lake. The dead can't come back to life. Take it easy. Commander Nye wanted to say something but stopped. His face was full of grief and anger. The Yun State Mansion Master's eyes flashed, and he suddenly said, It's not that I don't allow you to take revenge. Hearing this, Commander Nye immediately revealed a look of ecstasy. But you have to ask Ma San to hand over the elixir fire. I believe you know that I gave the elixir fire to Mo Wuxian. If there were no accidents, Mo Wuxian would definitely get it. But who would have thought that Ma San would appear in the middle? Honestly speaking, this person has always kept a low profile and has always kept a low profile in his cultivation. He is a talent that can be molded. However, he is not an alchemist after all. Compared to Mo Wuxian, his value is far less. The Yun State Mansion Master said. Commander Nye cupped his hands and said, You are right, Mansion Master. I will take care of it now. Wait. The Yun State Mansion Master said. Commander Nye said, Is there anything else, Mansion Master? The Yun State Mansion Master said, The elixir fire is only one of them. What I want to know the most is the battle art that he used. Hearing this, Commander Nye's eyes also lit up. How about this? Go and tell him that as long as he tells me the secret of the elixir fire and the battle art, I will give him a chance to live. After all, the battle of the 9 states is about to start. We need him to work for us," the Yun State Mansion Master said. Commander Nye immediately frowned and said, "What if he doesn't? There is no need to train a young man who doesn't know his place," the Yun State Mansion Master said flatly, but his old eyes were filled with coldness. "Mansion Master." Commander Nye bowed and replied. Then, he opened the portal and left quickly. Prison! Qin Feiyang and the other man stood in the cell, pondering in silence. Footsteps could be heard. The Imperial bodyguard stood at the door and coldly swept his eyes over Qin Feiyang and his companion. He then took out 4 black iron chains from his Jianquan bag and threw them at Qin Feiyang and his companion's feet. The guard said, "Put it on yourself or I'll do it myself. You choose." Fatso's eyes flashed with a cold light, but he put on a wretched smile and said, "Why don't you show it to us first? Are you kidding me?" The guard's face turned cold. "Don't get me wrong. I'm not kidding you. Because it's our first time here and we don't know how to use it. So, you have to show us first." Fatso stopped smiling and said seriously. The guard looked at the two of them suspiciously. But then, he exuded a terrifying aura. Shackles were simple things. Even if he had never seen them before, he could tell how to use them at a glance. "You're not kidding me? You're obviously playing with me like a monkey." Boom! The guard captain took a step forward and sent a slap towards Fatty. "You're asking for a beating." Fatso chuckled and used the return to 1 step. He instantly disappeared from the guard's sight. "Huh!" The guard was bewildered. But before he could react, Fatty appeared on his right side and slapped him in the face. Slap! Along with the crisp sound of a slap, the guard was sent flying. Half of his face was deformed and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. "So what if you're an 8-star combat emperor? You're still a piece of trash." The Fatty crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at the guard captain proudly. "What's going on?" At this moment, a hoarse and cold voice sounded. A stream of light broke through the air and landed in front of the cell door. Who else could it be but Commander Nye? Seeing the guard captain lying on the ground in a sorry state, Commander Nye's expression immediately darkened. He abruptly looked at Qin Feiyang and shouted, "The two of you want to rebel?" Fatso laughed and said, "He tried to kill us first. We were just defending ourselves." "Nonsense! Lord Commander, this subordinate has been wrongly accused. I only asked them to put on shackles, but they didn't cooperate and even played tricks on me. Sir, you must uphold justice for me." The guard climbed up and knelt at Commander Nye's feet. He said with snot and tears, looking extremely wrong. Commander Nye's eyes flashed with a hint of gloominess. He said to the guard, "You go first." "Yes." The guard got up and looked at the two of them with resentment. He turned and left quickly. At the same time, Commander Nye walked into the cell, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "I'll give you a chance to live." Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "A chance?" But before he could finish, Fatso held his head high and said disdainfully, "A chance is not given by others. It's earned by oneself." Qin Feiyang was stunned. This guy actually snatched the words from him. Fatso smiled at Qin Feiyang proudly, making Qin Feiyang roll his eyes. Commander Nye's eyes darkened and he said in a threatening tone, "Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't be stubborn. The Academy Master said that as long as you hand over the elixir fire and tell us the secret of the battle art, he will spare your lives." "The secret of the battle art?" Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and asked in confusion. "What battle art?" Commander Nye said. "The battle art that can reflect other people's attacks." "Oh!" Qin Feiyang and Fatso looked at each other and came to a realization. So thereafter the return formula. These people are really ambitious. Fatso rolled his eyes and said with a sneaky smile, "How about this? As long as you kneel down now and acknowledge us as your masters, we will teach you the battle art." Commander Nye's eyes flashed with killing intent. Old man, I might as well tell you the truth. Our battle art is a peerless divine art. As long as you get it, I'm afraid that even that old witch may not be your match. By then, you might even be able to kill that old witch and replace her as the Academy Master of Yun State. What do you think? Are you tempted? This is your only chance. If you miss this opportunity, you won't have it in the future. Think carefully. Fatso smiled sinisterly, and his words were fatally tempting. Commander Nye was indeed tempted. Who in the world didn't want to be the Academy Master? Once they became the Academy Master, not only would they have great power, but they would also have the opportunity to meet the Emperor. By then, it would be possible for them to take root in the imperial capital. Because the imperial capital was an unreachable holy land for countless living beings in the 9 states. After pondering for a while, Commander Nye's eyes flashed, and he said in surprise, "Is your battle art really that powerful? Damn!" Fatso couldn't help but be stunned. Originally, he just wanted to tease this old man, but he didn't expect this old man to really have such an idea. Since that was the case, he might as well beat him at his own game. Fatso looked at Qin Feiyang and gave Qin Feiyang a subtle look. Then, Fatso ran to the door of the cell, stuck his head out, and looked outside sneakily. Seeing this, Commander Nye couldn't help but look puzzled. Fatso turned around and looked at Commander Nye. To tell you the truth, the power of our battle art can almost be described as heaven-defying. Even a perfect battle art can't be compared to it. Really? Commander Nye was surprised. It was even more powerful than a perfect battle art. How could there be such a battle art in the world? Would an honest person like me lie to you? The fatty rolled his eyes at him. He walked to Qin Feiyang's side and said, "Boss, let him experience it." "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, "Commander Nye, throw a punch with all your strength." Commander Nye pondered for a moment, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. This was a good opportunity. If this battle art was really as powerful as the two of them said, of course, it would be the best. But if they were bragging, he could take advantage of this opportunity to kill this person and avenge Nye Yu. As for the Mansion Master's instructions, he could find an excuse to dodge it. Boom! With that thought, Commander Nye didn't hesitate, and suddenly raised his old arm. Battle Chi surged and blasted towards Qin Feiyang. At the same time, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. In his palm, golden light burst out. He slammed his palm in the air. In an instant, the fist and palm met, and there was a terrifying aura that swept in all directions. Qin Feiyang's expression changed. With a thought, he took Fatso into the castle without hesitation. Then, he was like a cannonball, slamming into the wall behind him. He spat out blood on the spot and his internal organs were injured. His arm was smashed and flesh and blood flew everywhere. But at the same time, Commander Nye also lost control of his feet and staggered back. He also spat out blood from his mouth. Although his injuries were lighter than Qin Feiyang's, he was extremely shocked. He didn't even notice Fatso's disappearance. One had to know. He was a 2-star war master, and this kid was only an 8-star war emperor. There was a difference of several realms, and he was actually able to push him back. He was even injured. This battle art was really terrifying. If he could get it, he might really be able to kill the Mansion Master and replace him. However, just as he was daydreaming, Fatso and Wolf King appeared at the same time, each holding a rib. As soon as the man and wolf came out, they pounced on Commander Nye without saying a word. And at the same time, Qin Feiyang also endured the pain, got up and took out the Chang Shui, and circled behind Commander Nye. Bang! 2 ribs smashed into Commander Nye's head at almost the same time. Immediately, you're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.